Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta. Told you the Falcons are good. Dukes and Bell, baby, and it's John Fricke. We're going to get Fricke with it today, tomorrow, Wednesday, as well as... now, for all I know, Carl could be with his daughter somewhere on the way to her university, or he could be interviewing for a national radio job in Los Angeles. He's very cryptic. John, I never know him. My partner, Chris, am I lying? He plays it close to the vest.
He does play it close to the vest.
I'm like, what are you doing? No.
Yeah, all right.
I'm like, well, because you know me. I mean, if I get a hangnail, hey, I got a hangnail. Everything just makes it onto the air. But yeah, so I presume that he's doing what a lot of dads and moms are doing right now is getting their kids off to college.
Right, exactly. Well, I don't have to do that anymore. Thank God. I mean, done with that.
Right.
So you start the show by doing what?
What? I haven't gotten there yet. No, I'm going to get there. We're going to do it. He'll play ball. We do start the program, and John is playing ball with us, and we appreciate that. With a big hearty, hey, man. That's right, baby. Grab the brew. Grab the brew.
You looked at me like, what? I'm like, dude, it's your beer.
You better be playing ball. By the way, I think we set a record for the sales on the watermelon lime list.
Oh, cool.
It's killing it. And they can't keep it in the stores.
Is that any good?
Yeah. Johnny, please. How
Well,
dare you?
I don't know. I've never tasted it because, you
Drink
know.
our beer and you'll pee excellence.
Well, I've
Yes.
never tasted a Hayman. I mean, because,
Yes.
I told you. I mean, you know what? This week, bring a six-pack in.
I will, and
Okay.
I will. We have the
And then I can drink it, not on the air.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. We'll crack it wide open,
Oh,
man.
but my God, I don't need to drink anymore. What am I talking about? Oh, my God.
But we'll pop it. We get the prop beer, which we do believe has finally reached its expiration date because we did pop one last year and it was still foamy and frothy and delicious.
Oh,
Yeah.
you mean one of those two that sat in the studio for 100 years?
We had one that was in Squidbilly's office. It was 2 years old, and it was great. It had drinkability, a nice big frothy head. So yeah, but I'm not going to push the luck with the beer that's been here 4 years. I think we'll pass on that with the statute of limitations. Hey, what was your first impression of the Falcons? What do you think, man?
We are going to win the Super Bowl this year. I am ramping up everything. It's a done deal. I just wanted to get that out of the
All
way, okay? No, look, I said it before. I'll say it now. Super Bowl, kind of a Super Bowl run next year, playoff run this year, Super Bowl run next year. This did nothing but to further. I know a lot of fans were on Twitter, and, and as much as I could watch, and again, I was in the middle of nowhere for the game on Friday night. So I had to kind of, recapsulate it and use some other services here because it wasn't like I was watching Wagga. Right. I think that a lot of the complaints about it being pointless because they didn't play the starters, and I looked at it and said, I think that's perfect because I know that some fans said, we want to see Bijan, we want to get time with Ritter. I got all that kind of stuff working for me, but I got to tell you, I think what we know about this team, or at least I think we know about this team, is the success of this franchise this year, next year, moving forward, is going to be built on depth. And when you see the depth that was available, when you see an Ebiketie make plays, remember, he's not a starter right now. And Logan Woodside, who could be a third quarterback. And Helms, Helms looks like he could make the team.
Right. And that's all you're looking for. I mean, I said this to a couple of guys yesterday. We said all offseason long, especially once we got to see the team physically, with their little mini camp workouts they did at Mercedes-Benz. And I think I told you last time you were here, they're just physically bigger. Mm-hmm. And it's something that the coaching staff wants, and we want to maul people. We want to bash guys, in. And that's what, Dan Quinn wanted them lean and mean and quick from side to side. And we want a little bit more muscle with the athleticism. We've got some dudes. And a byproduct of that is, to your point, John, seeing the depth and seeing what the other guys do. Now, look, admittedly, super disappointed when the news dropped on Friday we weren't going to see Desmond Ritter. I still think, regardless of what he did in the workouts in Miami, he needs more reps. But Arthur Smith is banking his job as a head coach on this, so I'll take a knee because he obviously knows better than everybody else.
Well, and we're going to see a good chunk of him on Friday because we're going to see all the starters out there. I mean, they're going to treat this like, a true dress rehearsal, and as opposed to getting
like week 3 in the old days, right?
As opposed to getting 10 snaps against the reserves of the Miami Dolphins. Now you're going to see him get 30 snaps, I would think, against the starters of the Cincinnati Bengals. So I think this will be a truer test because you didn't want to throw out unless you were going to start your entire first string on both sides of the ball, there was almost no point in playing any starter.
Yeah, and I get it. It's almost instant overreaction, weekend because you're seeing your favorite players for the first time. I can say this. I watched on NFL Network. They reran a bunch of the games. Russell Wilson and the Broncos offensive line look terrible. And I know they're going to try to move things around there with Sean Payton. He's changing the culture because he felt Hackett was totally out of his depth, and that remains to be seen. But yeah, they didn't look great. Bryce Young didn't look great. His offensive line did him no favors in the small sample size in Carolina.
All right, well, yeah, it's going to be a struggle for Carolina. I think some of the Carolina fans have called in and said, oh, look, I think that by week 15 when we see him again the second time, that might be a different story. And it's not. And I said to them, look, it's not about whether or not Bryce is going to be a quality quarterback. You look at Justin Fields, you look at Trevor Lawrence. I think Justin Fields is, for example, I think Justin Fields right now is a better athlete, better quarterback than, say, Dak Prescott. And you would say, what are you talking about? Well, he's just on a worse team.
Right.
And for the same is really kind of true of Trevor Lawrence. Now Trevor Lawrence has weapons around him. He's going to be – you can't be a good quarterback on a rotten team where you're running for your life. And so, that may just be his lot in life this year.
And that was Matt Ryan. I mean, that's why, we got into the great debates about what Matt was or wasn't. Well, look, I used to say it all the time. He used to drive people nuts. He needs a pure pocket. He needs that pocket. Pocket's got to be pristine. If you can't put a good offensive line around him, and they only did that, specific years like 16, 17, he wasn't going to have success.
And keep in mind, Matt Ryan only missed 3 games.
Right.
I mean, the dude was hammered into oblivion at times and really played all the time.
It's true. You're going to look it up. But what we're watching this weekend, different coaches had different strategies. Some teams went with starters. We mentioned what Denver was doing. Thought it was really funny because, in his rant when Sean Payton was taking shots at Hackett, he obviously, the guy said, hey, Aaron Rodgers is my quarterback. And by the way, I want to ask you a little bit later, but we can talk about it to start the show. I don't know if I've just had Aaron Rodgers wrong my entire life as a broadcaster, and he is the most charming, likable teammate, or is this just a giant blank you to Green Bay because he just wants to win so bad that he's had some sort of charisma bypass? What do you think?
I think he got rid of the witch. I think that's what. No.
Right.
I don't understand their family dynamic. I guess all the reports are he hasn't talked to his family in years and years and years and years. He is a different kind of cat. And when he starts hooking up with Taylor Swift, which I expect in the future will happen, we'll figure it out.
Well, his publicist gets with her publicist. That could happen.
Well, I still think she might be Super Bowl halftime if he's playing in the game, and then the quarterback and the cheerleader kind of walk off. And
wow. John's already got the whole season mapped out and the halftime show. Wow, we're moving ahead. But no, Jordan Love, his understudy, goes 7 of 10, just kind of dinks and dunks, throws a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all you want to see.
I guess that's all you want to see. I mean, I don't know how these Green Bay Packer fans, because I've got them in my family, are going, oh, we've got the third one. I'm like, dude. It's a preseason game against nothing. You're dinking and dunking. We're not exactly, fourth quarter having to fire it downfield in a 90-second drill. There's a lot. We got a long way to go.
Right. But if you're the Steelers, you want to see Pickett take that leap. And again, it's your first time to see him since season ended. Pickett down the field with a touchdown. Baker Mayfield.
He's a bit of a known commodity, at least.
But Baker Mayfield goes down the field, touchdown. That's the only beef I had this weekend. I wanted to see Ritter do that too. And we didn't get to see it. But as I said to start the program, Arthur has been working with him, and by all accounts, John, everything we heard from guys that work for the Dolphins, guys that cover the Dolphins, national media who don't have a dog in the fight, all said we went down there and physically whipped those guys on Tuesdays and Wednesday, and our third stringers did the same on Friday night.
This is why I want to go back to why I think it was perfect and not. It was disappointing again, but I would have. Some people, this is pointless. No, there was a great point to it, at least in my book. And the great point is because you have position battles that are still going on. We still haven't settled left guard. You want the swing tackle. You want some depth. You want to develop another wide receiver here. We saw a couple of guys step forward. I don't know if Donald Weekday is actually Godwin's cousin, and Donald was a kicker.
Right.
Donald's got to be my age.
Right.
I mean, he was like 1980 at Clemson, wasn't he?
I think
he was on that national title team with Homer Jordan and Barry Tuttle.
Wow. Nice pull. But no, there were some fun things to watch over the weekend. Now, we've got obviously a log jam at running back. We'll go through the different positions and talk about who did what. But yeah, I mean, at the very least, you got a dude on the Falcons who's certainly going to make some folks say, hey, That's a guy I want to go claim off the practice squad if that's where he winds up when the preseason wraps up.
Right, and they said, well, Godwin can't make the team because they're not going to carry 4 running backs. Well, what if they just reclassify Cordero because they don't like any of the other options out there? And then you saw Scoot, and you saw some of the other things that are. Look, I wanted to see. They had to see in action because now the next 2. Well, certainly this week, right? Certainly this week is going to be all about the starters.
Right.
Okay.
And I got to be honest with you, and Chris and I were texting about this over the weekend. We were at Falcons camp for 9 days, and there were guys catching passes that I couldn't even remember from practice. I had no idea who some of these.
And by the way,
I can't lie to you.
Yeah.
I had to go. I literally had to get on my phone and go, "Oh yeah, Tucker Fisk, yeah, him." I mean, literally, I have no clue.
Aren't they doing a combo practice with Pittsburgh as well?
That I can't speak to. I'm not sure about that. I don't believe. I'm not sure if you can do more, or the NFL allows you to do as much as you want. We'll find out. I thought this was just a straight week of practice here in Flowery Branch.
Well, I'm talking. This is Cincinnati game. I thought in front of Pittsburgh, maybe Pittsburgh. I don't know. I think I read that somewhere. I'd have to check. But
our crack producer and staff will find out.
Well, I got to say though, I think on balance, I was really kind of happy that Arthur Smith chose to do it this way because. When he said, look, we were either going to put out our entire starting – to mismatch the starting unit would have been a disservice to Desmond Ridder because you would have had, guys trying to make the team or just make, something here or get a look-see, and that's not what you want with Ridder. You want Ridder working with Cordero and Drake and Kyle and Bijan all on the field at the same time. Your starting offensive line. You want all those starters out there because that's the sync you need. You do not need him sinking or trying to – force sinking with a guy that's not even going to make the club. Yeah,
and I heard some Dolphin fans chirping on social media. Look, it'd be a different game if Tua was in there and Tyreek Hill. To John's point, it'd be a different game if all the guys John just mentioned were out there starting for us. And we see we're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait till this week against the Bengals on Friday night at Mercedes-Benz.
Boy, it's going to be a good game though. I know that Joe Burrow's all dinged, but. Again, this is a real. We used to talk about dress rehearsal. This is going to be a serious dress rehearsal for the Atlanta Falcons.
So much so that I'm actually going to go watch this game, and I loathe preseason football. No joint practice with Steelers, so we got it in with the Dolphins. But I cannot stand preseason football. But I got to be honest, I watched the entire game, and there were turnovers and there were sacks, and I know it's the third string, but those are things. Turnovers and sacks. As a Falcon fan, you haven't heard those words in the last 6 years. Let's be honest.
Well, and Getty with a spin move.
Right. And we're waiting. And every day I think we talk Falcon Report, I say, when is this guy going to pop? If that's what he's doing and working on, giddy up. I think folks are going to be real excited. John Fricke is in for Carl today. We'll come back. We'll set the headlines. If it wasn't for that lousy chorizo bum, we would have totally humiliated the Mets. Victory would have been complete. But hey, Braves are still kicking butt and taking names. It's all coming up next on Dukes and Bell.
Dukes and Bell.
Lord have mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, it is Dukes and Bell. John Fricke's in for Carl today. And for the next couple of days, as we said, a lot of parents are shipping the kids off or dropping the kids off in college. I was getting a kick out of steak. Catch the Steakhouse, by the way. Great stuff today. And again, during the week, obviously, get your fix with Rusty and everybody else and Sandra. But, man, it was so funny. Carl, if you didn't see this, Steak's got his daughter off to college, and he does like the selfie video, John. And he's like, is there any way I could get like a nosh right now? Like somebody could do it. I'm starving. So I was like, yeah, that would be a kind of a unique service, like two guys and a van and a bar, right? And a grill.
All right.
And then you could actually have a box lunch while you watch these guys move your daughter or your kid or whatever in. But either way, hope your parents, your kids are on scholarship of some sort and you're not paying for all of it. Hey, man, let's go hit the, you ready? You want to say it? Because my voice is better, but I know I can hit the high range. You want to say headlines in a high, steady voice?
In a high, steady voice?
Like you got to pop it,
Headlines!
Hey, that's tight.
All right.
Strap in, youngins.
Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Hey, you know something? I think, by the way, just coming into work, it occurred to me, I think it's getting a little cooler out there. Oh, my God. Anybody that works outside today,
right?
My hat is off to you, and my hat is off because it's so bloody hot. Oh,
right.
My God. What's the heat index now? 110?
Yeah, I kept the top down. Kept the top down on the Batmobile today. It's just too steamy.
You want to play baseball in this?
Oof. Well, but yeah, to your point, how about guys that are roofing, guys that are digging ditches, that are really doing real work out there? Holy moly. Yeah. It's miserable. Hey, man, one thing was great, watching the Braves take 3 out of 4 from the Mets. An absolute, talk about a dissection on Saturday with that doubleheader beat down. And a part of that was Matt Olson hitting home runs number 41 and 42.
Closer David Robertson to the Marlins. Matt Olson. Center field, pretty deep, really deep, gone! There's a new major league leader in the home run category, and his name is Matt Olson. 41 of them.
Pretty interesting.
2-2. Left field, through the raindrops, pretty deep. Did he get enough? Yes, he did! A 2-homer game for Matt Olson, 42 on the season.
Our buddy Brandon Godden with the call on Bally Sports, which is so much more fun to watch than ESPN.
Oh, my God, ESPN's awful.
You know what drives you crazy is people think ESPN, because they've been around for so long, and obviously there's ebbs and flows in the business, but they take them as the gold standard. I could find you 17 better broadcasts around Major League Baseball on the local level than the crap that ESPN is putting on nationally.
Oh, yeah.
With Carl Ravitch.
Pretty much
Eduardo Perez just got back from Williamsport. How about talking about Acuna and the Braves? How about talking about the Braves? My God. Last year when the Mets were getting swept down here and losing the division, they were still, Buck Showalter is just so unique and brilliant.
I know.
I
know. What do you expect? Hey, by the way, just to put Matt Olson in perspective here, 43 home runs on the year. Most Dale Murphy ever hit, 44. The most Chipper Jones ever hit, 45. And the only player in the history of the Atlanta Braves to hit over 50 was Andrew Jones. He hit 51 in 2006. Okay, so, he's already broken the left-handed record. Right. He's going to break, unless, he's going to, is 60 out of reach?
They said 59 or 60 he's on pace for right now. Now, obviously, this was a hell of a weekend for him. I don't rule it out. He did go through a swoon last year in the month of late August into September that he got out of. Right now, there's showing no signs of stopping. Shohei Ohtani is going to take a break from pitching, focus on DHing, so he'll still be battling Shohei all the way down to the wire for the home run time.
But if he ends up with 60 home runs and then breaks the all-time Braves RBI record, if he ends up at 61-40, let's say, I know that Acuna is the MVP, but it's 61-40.
Well, I heard Andy and Randy talking about it when I was driving up here to the studios. I could totally see, knowing how the media works, Acuna and Olsen maybe squash each other's votes and Freddie sneaks in.
Oh, that would be a travesty.
Well, you know how regional you've been covering sports forever.
That would be a
regional
travesty.
I know. Let's hope that whoever's voting on the Bravos puts everybody in the Acuna. Look, to me, the average of stolen bases. But you cannot poo-poo what Olsen's doing, especially since in the old days.
I'm voting for Acuna right now.
Yeah, but the average, it's not the same thing now. It's everyone's on OPS, and Olsen gets on base. It's a walk, a strikeout, or a home run. And it's less strikeouts of late, that's for darn sure.
His bat sticks out.
It sure does. You ain't lying, man. Last night, Chorizo couldn't get the job done. They spot him a 3-run lead. I'm so ready for this guy to get designated.
I'm done. Yeah. I'm done. I was holding up my hands watching the game last night and said, bye-bye. Right. Bye-bye. I'm done.
Winans did a nice job over the weekend, too, I thought.
Well, I give him, I mean, try to do it like you did. Yeah, Chirinos is scheduled to start on this homestand against the Giants, and I think, I saw that, and I went, how about we just scratch that? I put Winans in there. I mean, Kyle Wright, according to the AJC, Justin Toscano saying that Kyle Wright's now in Florida, pitching off the mound. And I don't know if they want to take the chance of putting him on the 40-man here and making sure he's available for the playoffs. They may. You could hold a spot here and just play 39, right? Well, just with a hope.
Soroka apparently had a really outstanding effort for the Stripers, and I don't. People ask me all the time, and Carl,
I would put him on the 40-man too.
I'd like to see that, and then Vaughn Grissom would come up as well. He's raking, and they're not going to give him up anywhere, anytime. That's why if they asked at the trade deadline, even though Alex was a little coy and said that no one's untouchable, I think Grissom's untouchable. Hey man, on to the Falcons. It was great. Touchdowns, turnovers, big plays. We just talked about it to start the show. John was mentioning Weekday. Take a listen to this.
Now Atlanta working in the Mercedes-Benz drive zone, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. No score, early second period. Right side, Igwebuike turns the corner, 5-yard touchdown. My goodness.
Northwestern kid, by the way, West Durham with the call right here on Falcons Radio Network.
Yeah, but you and I could have run that in. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. That hole was large. All you had to do was make one cut, and you weren't touched into the end zone.
Now, maybe he gets traction here. The most he's had is 18 carries for the Lions 2 years ago. He's bounced around. He's been on this for his 5th team since he came out of college. Maybe he gets some traction now.
You start thinking about special teams, and, of course, we all know about – I'm not worried about Younghoe. But you think about your value on this team. If you are going to be, Godwin Igwebuike, your value is on special teams more so than on – because you're probably not going to run the ball. Even if he makes the team, he won't probably have 10 carries. 20 carries.
As we said, there's a backlog at running back unless they redesignate CP. So he's most likely practice squad, and you hope that nobody tries to snatch him.
Right.
More Falcons, and we talked about this earlier in the week. We look great, and we look good. I get it. We weren't privy to see everything down in Miami, but everything I read was they were kicking butt, including in the special teams drills, and it showed with D. Alford doing this at the Hard Rock.
And it will be fielded by D. Alford. Alford making a move, 30-35. Alford's got room on the backside, needs a block. He'll cut it across, and he keeps his feet, and D. Alford is going to score. A punt return touchdown for Alford, and Atlanta with 2:33 to go will send them to the exits in South Florida.
Yeah, man, a change of directions, John. Then he tight ropes down the sideline and then takes it to the house. Beautiful.
A lot of questions about losing Avery Williams to that injury for the year and whether or not you should go out and get somebody. Look, D. Alford doesn't have to set the world on fire. He just has to be good. Don't fumble. Keep your hands on the ball. Advance the punts. If he does that once this year, that's great. You've got a great kicker returner who still can do it. One of the best ever. Well, the best ever in terms of touchdowns at Cordero. So if D. Alford's going to be the guy, I'm good with that.
Hey, speaking about D, here's a coach singing his praises.
D's one of the many cool stories we have on our team. Not only is he a local guy and went to Tusculum and went to the CFL and got here and proved he's a legit NFL player. So, another guy in our program, all he does is work, continues to improve. Showed up tonight in DB, made a couple plays, and that's a huge play. Just having somebody that can get you that first down on the punt return. Obviously, he was able to extend that to a touchdown, but that's important.
Yeah, man, it's depth. We talked about this, when they had the injuries. Clark Phillips, by the way, back at practice.
That's good.
Dahlman was out today, by the way. And Chris, we talked about this. Who's the guy that steps in? Because, let's see if Squid Billy hit me back. He might be on the golf course. Yep, he hit me back. Yeah, Newsiel started at center. He was a guy that was in there Friday night. So that showed, again, albeit second and third string against the Dolphins. Certainly I didn't see anybody bum rushing up the front to get Logan Whiteside on the ground. So this is when you've got money to spend and you've got your own scouting department, which they moved the other guys out piecemeal a couple years ago. This is when you got a better organization in place to get more depth. So you've got pieces across the board. Doesn't necessarily translate, I think, to the casual fan who only knows wide receiver, running back. But we got guys all over the place, John, with this team.
You're too deep on a defense. And the untold story about this team is Ryan Nielsen and this defense and how big a leap they're going to take this year.
We got some real dudes.
They do.
Hey, our question, Arthur. Are we going to see the starters against the Bengals?
Well, there's so many things you got to evaluate. So you're trying to divvy up that time. And, I thought we took advantage of the two practices, D-led. But, our guys will play next week against Cincinnati.
You bet.
So we'll be back at home, and we'll have to evaluate. But those guys will play next week at home.
Man, I can't wait to see Bijan run the ball. I can't wait to see Ritter behind quarterback. I want to see this offense hum a little bit.
Big time. Also going down this weekend, the Hall of Fame class, Popovich, Dwayne Wade. We'll play some of that audio a little bit later in the show. It was very cool to see Dwayne Wade talking about his dad. Matter of fact, give me the Dwayne Wade cut real quick when he's talking about his dad. I've always liked the dude. I always thought, part of the weirdness of the big three, at least from LeBron, was kind of acquiescing because it was Dwayne Wade's team. Dwayne Wade won one with Shaq, and he won one with LeBron and the crew. But here's D. Wade talking to his old man about getting to the Hall.
This one is for my father. I love you, and I'm thankful for you.
I love you too, man.
We in the Hall of Fame, dog.
Gotta love that. Also, on the other side of karma, James Harden at his camp decides he's going to shout out a few things to the Sixers. And if you didn't see this, you see the soundbite? Daryl Morey is a liar, talking about the Sixers GM, the former GM of the Houston Rockets, who's taken 2 shots with James Harden, and neither one has worked out. Daryl Morey is a liar, and I will never be part of an organization that he's a part of. Let me say that again.
Oh, boy. Wait.
And he does.
Didn't we just have Ben Simmons in that whole mess?
Yeah.
Now you're going to have James Harden in this whole mess? I mean, and if Morey doesn't trade him, I don't know how you come back. If you're Beard, you can't come off that stance.
Right.
And you called your team president a liar and said it's not just basketball, it's off the court. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. I said on Twitter today, go bite that hand there, Harden. The one dude that's, and again, I don't know where this goes, who's got the wherewithal to give a guy like that, who's a big zero and high tops, as Carl says, when the moment is the biggest, $50 million a year plus?
Yeah, I know.
You got to be kidding me. Everything that's wrong with the NBA is right there. The beard. Everything that's wrong with this league, he's that guy. He's the poster child.
I just got off Twitter where somebody was asking me in a DM if I was surprised that Georgia got as many first-place votes. I'm surprised anybody voted for anybody not named Georgia.
The one thing, John, is camp starts and Kirby's talking to the media, small sample size, where you get to watch about a minute of practice and get out of there. Here's Kirby in midseason form talking about what the dogs look like.
We have an extremely long way to go as a football team. I think so many people make an assumption off of last year's team and their accomplishments that this team, number one, I asked them after the scrimmage and after we ran, what have you done to deserve anything you've gotten? And they've done nothing.
I mean, yeah. You're nearly a unanimous number one for a 3-peat. We got a long way to go.
Yeah, but this is his old boss, Nick Saban, would call it rat poison.
Yep.
And Kirby's going to the good news is we, as guys that are a little bit older,
rat poison,
realize this is just simply Kirby pushing buttons. The good news is the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds don't know that. At least most of them don't. Maybe there's a couple seniors that do know it's nonsense, but this is how you coaches from time immemorial, John, have put this stuff out there, and Kirby's no different. We'll come back. We got Jason Longshore, a couple of things going on in soccer. Messi got a little banged up, and our old coach Tata was talking about that. Also get his take on the moves that were made in the transfer window. Coming up next.
let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, plenty more on your Falcons, what we saw. There's really nothing but good things, if I'm honest, to say about what we saw down there in Miami, what we heard about those dual practices, and then, of course, what you guys all saw with your own eyeballs on Friday night. We'll continue that conversation. Also, the NFL Blitz. A lot of folks saying that Sean Payton may have bitten off more than he can chew in Denver. Boy, I hate to see that. So stick around for that. Right now, though, joining us on the waitfor.com hotline, our man, Jason Longshore. Jason, this is one of those interminably long international breaks where if you're a fan, here it is, football starting, and soccer-wise, we're losing a little bit of momentum. So what do you think, first off, about the moves we made? I know we have a little while to kind of digest what you thought Garth Lagerwey and Carlos Bocanegra did in the last couple of days.
Well, see, this is different because it's not the international break necessarily. It's getting knocked out of Leagues Cup early. And that is a thing that, look, the team's going to have to find a way to get some more momentum. They played a behind-closed-doors friendly on Saturday against St. Louis, and we did get to hear that one of those new additions, Sean De Silva, he had a couple of assists in that. That was really good to hear today out of the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta training ground. We've seen Tristan William-Ba, like what we've seen from him. Saba Lobjanidze and Jamal Tiari not in the group yet, still waiting on that P1 visa to be able to join the team and work out in training. Talking to Gonzalo Pineda today, he felt pretty good about Saba being available in time, and they're going to do everything possible to have him available, even if that's just off the bench. And if he's just got a few minutes in him, they would like to have him in the group for this trip to Seattle on Sunday, where, you know, if Silva has hit the ground running, he's been training. Muyamba, I think, is a locked-in starter at this point with what we've seen so far. That's a couple of good additions in this window.
Yeah, and by the way, thanks for correcting me, Jace, because I'm used to these long international breaks. This was all about this great. Again, it depends. If you're an American fan, you seem to dig it. All the Mexican teams are belly aching about how this thing plays out and how compressed the schedule is. But
hey, they had their opportunities. The Mexican Federation, which essentially runs the league, they agreed to all the terms of this tournament, and it's been a really fun tournament with some big games around the board. Some huge, crazy moments with the Nashville Club America game where looked like it was over. Fans are running on the field. Finally, they get to look at VAR, and they realize the goalkeeper came off the line too early to make the last save in the shootout. Monterrey, I mean, talking of the Mexican teams, they were down 2-0 at the Rose Bowl against LAFC, came all the way back to win that 3-2. So I think what everybody wanted out of Leagues Cup has delivered so far, except for teams like Atlanta and Seattle, who missed out. They had 2 games in the group stage. They didn't do well enough to advance, and they've missed out on all the fun over this past month.
Jason Longshore joining Dukes and Bell with John and Mike here today. Hey, you know my daughter Danny. Obviously, you know her, personally, and well, I mean, you work together, and she part of her job down at the Home Depot backyard is every year has been the kit reveal and how closely and tightly to the vest they keep those kit reveals. And suddenly they're going to do the third kit, and Goody Mob's up there at a concert wearing it.
Well, Goody Mob leaking the kit is maybe a little bit better than Franco Escobar leaking the kit a few years ago on Instagram. It's different. Like I like everything that Atlanta influences, everything, that organization. I like all the stuff they've done. I've been a big supporter of theirs from day one. Bam Joyner and his crew. It's a different kind of kit, and to get somebody like Goody Mob rocking it in concert, I'm okay with this. It's not going to be for everybody. And, look, some people are going to complain if it's not red or black. If it's something different, that's bad and got to get rid of it. I like it. A third kit is something you can have a lot of fun with. And this one looks really cool.
I'm one of those guys, if it ain't black or red, I don't like it. Anyways, our man Jason. Look,
it's a third kid.
I don't know. I like the Forest Green one. I got to say.
We got the coolest.
Peach kit was okay.
We got the coolest uniforms, and we never wear them. Okay, that's my only beef, Jason.
And we are the Five Stripes.
I mean, I know we got 15 different varieties. We're like the Pirates in '79. We got 17 different outfits. It's our man Jason Longshore. All right, back to business. We're 7th seed right now in the East. We are just 2 points behind Orlando, a point behind Columbus for 5 and then 6. So what's up with Pineda? Sense of urgency, the new guys you just mentioned trying to get things to coalesce. What should fans expect here in the final part of the season?
I think Gonzalo's laid down the gauntlet with his team. It's basically 10 finals coming up. You've got to treat it as such because you're in a playoff spot and you've got a little bit of a cushion. I think this is a playoff team, but you need to climb up the Eastern Conference table a little bit to get more favorable matchups, to get more games at home, all these sorts of things that are very important as we've seen over the years when you get to the postseason. Ultimately, it's really simple for me. It comes down to eliminating the simple mistakes defensively. Team's given up too many bad goals, and the Cruz Azul loss in penalties, draw in regulation, feels like a loss because it's another bad goal that's given up, and that has to stop because when you consistently put yourself behind the eight ball in those moments by not giving up goals that are you tip your cap to, but bad goals just can't continue. And you're not going to get as high in Eastern Conference as I think they should be if they keep conceding those kinds of goals.
Well, I'm rocking an Atlanta United t-shirt today as we get ready for Atlanta United and Seattle coming up Sunday night. Pregame at 10 o'clock, so it's a late-night game for us. Right. 10:30 kick, and, of course, we'll be listening to Mike Connie and Jason Longshore on the call on 92.9 The Game. Thanks, Jason.
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, man. And you can sync it up, too, by the way. Apple's also offering they got the home broadcast, too, so you don't have to sit there and have to do sync it up to TV like I do with West Durham and Arch instead of watching,
Yeah, that home broadcast is nice.
Right. And we'll see, man. Like I said, I just, if you're a United fan and you feel the frustration in my voice, yeah, because I am. I say this all the time. I want my old United back. I think we maybe had to realize, John, and maybe we thought we were just going to kick butt and take names the way the season started with Almada and company. But now it just seems like there were some things that weren't working, money that had to be cleared, and Garth Lagerwey is kind of trying to flush that out. And can you still be competitive? We're going to find out if we can make a run.
And then there was like salt in the wound a couple of times this year. Right. I mean, Joseph scoring 2 goals against you down in Miami, and Miggy coming back to the stadium, which is great. And then he scores, and you're like, oh man.
I know. But it was, and that, by the way, that was my favorite soccer moment of the season. And it didn't even involve United. It was just being a Mercedes-Benz for Newcastle and Chelsea in the double dip, which was fantastic. It was an electric atmosphere. Hey man, if you're just tuning in, we get plenty more to talk about the Falcons. We'll get into this. Interesting little thing. I was going to save this for a tease. Carl's really good at teasing. In other words, to get you to listen to the next segment. So I will try to come up with a tease that I think will get you to stick around. So stay tuned. I'm teasing the tease, Chris, so make a note of it. But first things first, the Yankees are in town with the Bravos. It's going to be funny because I said this to you earlier off the air. Yeah, kind of almost, fingers this close apart, you almost feel sorry for Yankees. Then you realize you're a Yankee fan, so you enjoy it.
Wait, run that by me again?
Was it Schwadenfried?
Ow! Yeah, Schwaden.
Yeah, when you take joy in the misery of others.
All right,
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far.
No, I mean, they're the worst fans.
Are you judging them?
They're terrible people, and you probably have one sitting around you tonight down at Truist Park.
Is that a pun? Of course it's a pun.
Hey,
I mean,
come on, let's go with this PBR ball. We can ride the bull. We're gonna ride. No,
Yankees suck.
We're gonna ride the bull.
Yankees suck.
Come and ride the bull. It's gonna be so those guys will all be out there. Hold on, I got to go back in the room and shave my arms before we go hit the battery.
You probably weren't around, I don't think, when John Sterling was doing the Hawks games.
No, I missed it.
Okay.
I got here in '98, so I missed out on that.
Okay, he did the Braves and the Hawks, and then, of course, he went up and did, Yankees.
John and I were just having a conversation off the air, and it was about the state of broadcasting in America. And I think because standards have fallen so far.
Oh, well, look at this show.
And I just want to go out there and tell you that I'm sure Sterling's a nice guy. Never met the man, but he's a hack. And sometimes Carl, when I go down these roads, Carl doesn't want to join me on this journey where I'm going to go bail on somebody in national media, now in this case, New York market. John Sterling, it's the worst.
I mean,
that's the worst broadcast in America, and they consider that good.
When he did the Hawks, okay, you ready for this? Because you had to know he did the Hawks by using nicknames. Okay, so it was Neek. You know who Neek is,
right?
You know who Sput, but it was Sputnik. Okay. Then it was News and Fresh. Cliff Livingston was News. And Antoine Carr was Fresh, if I'm not. Anyway, it was News to Fresh to Sput it's a Hawks News and Fresh. I'm like, who the hell would do what, where? You couldn't keep score at home because you didn't know what was going on.
Well, the TV stopped at 13 back then, so you have to they mail you a primer so you knew exactly who he was talking about.
No, it didn't. Yeah, it's 17. WTCG 17. I just say it.
You lost me. Hey, man, we were talking about John Sterling. When you hear, like, the Yankees win and all, I mean, it's just a Ruthian blast, a Stantonian blast. It's crap. Bo, please, throw me a lifeline here. It's horrible broadcasting. Am I off the reservation on this? Please.
Not completely.
Come on, give me your takes, because Chris is too close to it. He grew up a Yankee fan. I mean, I hear that. I'm like, it's schlock. It's terrible. It's not good. But because the Yankees are the Yankees, the most recognizable sports brand in America, maybe save for the Cowboys, it's accepted as acceptable. Yeah, that's a double acceptable. But am I wrong on this?
I don't listen to a whole lot of Yankees radio broadcasts, though.
Yeah.
Or
Chris,
TV broadcasts.
You're in the business now for a long time.
Michael Kay descended into where he sounded just like John Sterling. And it was like, who is this? Is it Michael Kay or is it John Sterling? I don't know.
Well, that's just it. They had
Susie, God love her, she was out there and you all go, oh, my God, what's going on
But
here?
you had ESPN last night, so you had the most unwatchable broadcast with Ravitch and Eduardo Perez. Clear your throat. I got a doctor here at Emory. We can fix that voice. So then you did on the other ESPN, on ESPN2, then you get Michael Kay and A-Rod. Let's take two guys with no charisma and put them on television.
Two Yankees guys.
I'm sorry. I know I'm on a rant here, and most of our millennials have no idea what I'm talking about. There were broadcasters, and there was a time in this country where it was excellent, and now it's all crap, and no one knows the difference. Am I wrong again?
No,
Thank you for the affirmation.
But we grew up with Keith Jackson, so there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the local guys.
Or John Miller.
Or Skip Carey or Pete Van Weren. All the originals, man. The good guys.
Well, even back to Milo Hamilton.
Ernie Johnson Sr.
I mean, Milo was great.
Right. Well, nobody likes Milo, please.
Come on.
Hey, man.
I like Milo.
Big ego. Anyway, guys.
We had Munson. We had Serraldo. I mean, we had...
When we come back, your favorite Falcon?
By the way, our current guys are pretty good, too.
You're screwing up my T's, John. Your favorite Falcon. And we're all pronouncing his name incorrectly. We're mispronouncing one of the big young stars in the NFL. Coming up next.
Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, it is Dukes and Bell. Carl is out today, and we got our man John Fricky. He's getting freaky with it, and he's in. And we got Day now on the board as Bo's got to head to his day job, working at the ballpark. Yankees and Braves in action up at Truist.
Man, stay cool.
Yeah, it's going to be steamy, man. So just keep, I remember, and it's also, I mean, common sense, but yeah, for every one, booze drink you're having, whether it's a brew or a cocktail, suck down some H2O, man. Get that water. Hydrate. I saw that today. Who's the one I love? Was it Joanne Feldman on Channel 5?
Mm-hmm.
Bestie. So she was giving me the tips today when I woke up. I saw it on TV, and it was like, wear light clothing, loose fitting.
There will be a lot of loose-fitting light clothing out there tonight, at the ballpark.
Chris, you want to share that?
Good viewing.
You want to share that with the audience? Chris
I do not.
Chris just dropped. See, this is the thing. Literally, about 5 or 6 years ago, we could say this on the air, and now the standards have changed. We can't. It's like doing talk radio is like tiptoeing through a minefield. By the way, appreciate the guys who agree with me on the text line that Sterling is a hack on Yankee broadcast, and the one who says that I'm wrong, you're wrong. Anyway, so that's how that cookie crumbled.
Why did you say the Yankees lose? It's unjudgeable.
And by the way, like any other fan base and any other team, just real quick before we get to the Blitz, if you grew up in it with your family, like your grandfather, your great-grandfather, and you knew all the guys, that's one thing. That's a legitimate fan. But to me, the Yankee fan is a guy that, he breaks out the Lakers jersey when they're good, or the Cowboys jersey when they're good.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, we were playing at Mercedes-Benz. This is going back years. Quinn was a coach, and the Cowboys were there, and there's a guy was wolfing, who's wearing a Cowboys jersey. And I turned to him, I said, you probably got a Lakers jersey the Yankees had at home. And his buddy turns and goes, oh, he got you. So it's that.
That dude, that dude's awfully happy because, he's a Chiefs fan too. NFL Blitz brought to you by Priority Men's Medical Center. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com.
Let's hit the Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Although, technically, to say that you're a front runner, Yankees haven't won a World Series, 15 years?
Yeah. We have scores to settle with those guys, don't we?
Oh, don't get me started on that one. But start off with preseason football. To play your starters or not to, we are going to see our starters. Arthur says we're going to see them now. How much we're going to see them next week against the Bengals, right here on 92.9 The Game, we're going to find out. But one thing for certain, there were a lot of young guys, rookie guys like Bryce Young, Justin Fields obviously was out there. And then we had guys like, I was surprised to see Russell Wilson starting for Denver, if I'm honest. But I guess Sean Payton really feels he's got to get the reps. Is that a further indictment of just how far things have fallen last season?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, you got to get, this is an awful situation. And, he was busting out there on Buddy Hackett, but you know what? It's a tough situation in Denver, that's for sure. I mean, Sean Payton himself, I think, is a little bit more than he could chew. That division is not easy.
Not even close, not to mention we'll get into some of the things he had his players not doing on the sideline in a second. First, here's Russell Wilson, one of the things that worked to Jerry Jeudy.
Wilson to the shotgun with Pirine to his left. Cardinals rush 7. Wilson throws the ball wide open. Jeudy, 10, 5, touchdown, Denver.
Yeah, I saw him, and conversely, running for his life. Arizona did win the game. Scores obviously not consequential in preseason, but you want to see some things looking good out there, and I thought Arizona kind of got after Russell for a minute. 7 of 13, 93 yards, and a touchdown. The interesting thing was, remember taking it back to when Sean Payton takes his shots at the former head coach, Nathaniel Hackett. He was basically, saying this guy was one of the worst coaching jobs. Aaron Rodgers stood up for his good friend. We now found out on Hard Knocks how tight he is with Nathaniel Hackett. I love Garrett Wilson. Did you see what he was doing this weekend? The Broncos can't wear bucket hats, can't wear jewelry, can't wear sunglasses on the sideline. No in-game interviews, per Sean Payton. Meanwhile, in the Jets preseason game against Carolina, wearing a bucket hat, shades, a giant diamond earring, and doing an interview was Garrett Wilson. You think that was a message?
Oh yeah,
I thought it was great. And I'm not a Sean Payton fan. I thought the way Aaron Rodgers answered that question a few weeks now, you get to see him say it on Hard Knocks, and kind of sad. A guy who's done as much as Sean Payton's got to say those things, and basically how insecure he is.
Well,
I thought that was on point.
The dude is the bounty head. I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, yeah, I have no time for. I got to come up with a new name for him. I mean, we had Chief Weiner Swamper, and now, Chief Weiner Bronco. I don't know, Chief Weiner Horsehead, something like that.
For those who don't know, John, you refer to New Orleans as Stinky Town, right?
Yeah, swamp, yeah, damn right.
It's just true, though. Good for about 36 hours. You get the heck out of there. Hey, man, let's go to cut 30 for those of you scoring at home. And that would be a guy that a lot of expectations on now that they're adding some more pieces. Not still sure about some of the skill position, but take a listen to what was happening up in Chi-Town.
To Herbert, he got it, 45 to midfield, first down and more to the 40, angles 30, 20, sideline left, hit, stays on his feet, plunges into the end zone for the touchdown! Touchdown Bears! 56 yards on a dump-off.
Yeah, man, and that's maybe Justin Fields. You take your shots when you can, but that's one of those plays. Go with what the defense is giving you. He does check down, and it goes for a score.
If Justin Fields gets any kind of blocking, and I know that they tried to redo the offensive lineup there in Chicago for Matt Eberflus. If he gets any kind of blocking, he's going to have not a breakout year, but he's going to have a solid year, and he's going to be close to having a breakout year. Look, there's a game on the Falcons' schedule. It is New Year's Eve day in Chicago, in Soldier Field. It's the next to last game of the year. And being December 31st, it could be awfully cold. But you could, if you want to circle one game that might be critical, it might be that game, because I can see where the Bears could legitimately make a run at 9 to 10 wins in the NFC North.
Wow.
And I think you can see two teams, both of whom might be able to clinch a division in that game in Chicago on December 31st.
I'm going to call shenanigans on that. I don't think their defense is going to take a big enough leap this year.
I don't buy Jordan Love for nothing. I think the Packers are going to fold. I think that the Vikings went 12-1 in one-score games last year. They're not going to do that again this year. Like Kevin O'Connell a lot, friend of his, but you know what? I see that being a lot like the NFC South. I see 10 wins, 9 wins, 9 wins, 5 wins, and so I think that the difference between third and first is a win.
Well, you could argue that where the wild card's coming from, wild card most likely coming from the NFC East, most likely coming from our division. I think it could be us and the Saints. Some people think Carolina's going to take a leap, but I'm with you. I know what you're selling, but to me that's a big overhaul. And they didn't address everything like we did as far as the.
Yeah, I'm not buying Carolina. I'm not buying Carolina. Not this year. I think Frank Reich's a good coach. I have all the belief that Bryce Young is going to turn into a solid NFL quarterback. I think even with their defense, they have too many holes. I mean, yeah, you got Brian Burns. I get that, but their offensive line is a sieve, and you saw that with the Bryce Young thing over the weekend. And so I think Carolina is going to you got to give Frank Reich a year. I just don't think. I think they're a 6 to 7 win team.
Well, again, we've said it a lot. If we go down there and we don't win week 1 at Mercedes-Benz against Carolina, I don't want to come on the show. I don't want to work on that Monday. Let's kick some butt. I don't know what you thought Stetson Bennett was going to do at the next level.
I thought he might be a quarterback.
I think you do the things he did in college. You can some of that translates. Arm strength surprised a lot of people. I saw some of the comments on Good Morning Football this week. Take a listen to Stetson Bennett was killing it for the Rams.
Low snap by McCown. Bennett guns end zone caught. Is he in? Puka Nacua touchdown.
I'm going to tell you right now, here's a bold prediction. Stetson Bennett is the Rams starting quarterback by the trade deadline this year. And the reason he is, I think the Rams will look, if I think what they are.
What are you got a Matthew Stafford voodoo doll?
No. I'm thinking they'll be trading Matthew Stafford.
Oh.
They may be trading Aaron Donald.
What?
Yeah, look, that team's got 4 wins. You could trade Matt Stafford to a team that needs a quarterback that's contending, to trade him up to San Francisco. If they've got a problem, I don't know. Brock Purdy's pretty good.
Okay.
But if you got a team that's contending that needs a quarterback, Matt Stafford's going to be in high demand if he's healthy. And so that would leave the door open to Stetson Bennett getting a chance to play half a dozen games or so or more as a starting quarterback.
I mean, I know they struggled at times with the injuries and everything else, but still. And I know they had to pay their pipe early, as they always seem to do every 3 or 4 years. But John, saying the Rams are going to fold up tents. They're done. Let's go to Jimmy Garoppolo. And I don't know, man. I'm not sold on Garoppolo. To me, it's you replace Derek Carr with a guy who's basically Derek Carr who can't stay healthy.
Right.
But here's Jimmy. Take a listen. Doing the quarterback. Nobody wants to do quarterback. Nobody wants to do hard knocks. Here's Garoppolo.
Haven't seen it. Heard good things about it. My brothers love it. I think they have a different perspective of what we go through. People just think you go out there on Sunday and start slinging it around. There's a lot that goes into it. But, yeah, that's not for me.
So next year, they got a big hit, by the way. The only weak link was Mariota, but, you got a really good quarterback in Patrick, the best. You got a guy that's better than average in Cousins, and you got the other guy that was Mariota for this first year of it. The way they, like everything else, editing, how you tell the story, it was really well done.
Yeah, it was well done. I was a little disappointed. I wanted to see a little bit more of the inside on. I think the most compelling argument of that whole show was Marcus Mariota and what happened with the fake knee injury and You know, my wife's having a baby, and I'm quitting on the team, and I'm walking out. I mean, that was, to me, I think they undersold the drama of all of what took place inside the Falcons. I guess maybe I'm glad they did, because maybe we don't want to see how the sausage is made. But I could have really been in for that being okay, let's sell this guy out, because this guy quit. He quit. He's like Bobby Petrino light.
And that's it. I mean, we talked about his job clearly defined because the Bucs were so bad, kept him on the field because we were still alive for the playoffs. And then eventually Arthur makes the move. I would have rather taken our lumps with our quarterback in hindsight. But hey, we won 7 games. We grinded it out. But Mariota was what we always said he was to start the season. He's a bum. He's a journeyman. I was joking around with Hugh Douglas. They like what they saw in the preseason game in Philly. If you're a Philly fan, you hope you never see him on the field.
Right, exactly.
Right? Because it's Jalen Hurts. If that guy's on the field, you're losing games. Hey, man, we now know the correct pronunciation of a guy. I think this guy's going to be overwhelming this city. I think we're going to see thousands, tens of thousands of 7 jerseys at Mercedes-Benz. Here's Bijan, but it's not Bijan Robinson on how you pronounce the name.
I want to get it right. Have we all been pronouncing your name wrong?
No.
Okay.
See, a lot of people ask me.
I want to get it right.
Okay. I guess my name, how you pronounce my name is Bijan.
Okay.
Like, that's how you say my name. But I say Bijan.
Okay.
And I don't know why I say that. Like, all my life I said that, and my mom's like, "Why do you say your name like that?" Like, and I mean, that's just how everybody says it. But I don't. It doesn't really like affect me on how it's said. So if you guys want to say Bijan, like, go ahead. But if you guys want to say Bijan, I mean, I'm cool with that too.
But are we going to hear from your mom if we say Bijan?
You might. She no. She might say something. I mean, she even told me. She was like, she called me the other day. And she was like these people were talking about you.
Well, so we looked it up. So Connie digs through it on the computer there, and sure enough, the pronunciation guide inside the Atlanta Falcons official pronunciation guide, B-I-X-I-A-N, Bijan, but that doesn't play well if you want to sell Bijan mustard, because there is no Dijon mustard. There is Dijon mustard. And yeah,
and he was selling those shirts, and he is Bijan, with the mustard, and I love it. I got one on order, by the way.
He's going to be Bijan for me. You can call him Bijan. I don't care. I'm going to go with Bijan.
I think it's kind of funny to go. And now look at the Bijan.
Actually, what I'm going to go with
Bijan.
I'm going to go with touchdown.
Hey, if you're on a first date at a Falcon game this year, impress your girl, speak some French. Allez, Bijan. That means let's go, Bijan. Or don't. Hey, man, it's your NFL Blitz. It's brought to you by Priority Men's Medical Center. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Yeah, man, a lot of guys hit us up on the text line. We started the show talking about the Falcons. We'll continue the conversation because everybody, I think, was excited to see turnovers, to see guys that, maybe you don't know necessarily who they are because unless you're out at camp. I got to be honest, John, I do this for a living, and I wasn't sure who some of the guys were catching a football, but they looked great. So we'll continue the conversation on the Falcons. Smoking Joe Patrick at 5 o'clock. But when we come back, what's up with Jim Harbaugh? I know it's one of your favorite things to argue about.
Yeah, it's gotten nastier.
He's going to lose 4 games, and then he's not going to lose 4 games.
I got a big prediction about this.
We're going to get into it, man. Some college football talk coming up next.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen to him.
I can't wait.
And then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell. Let's go, baby! Let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell with John Fricky in for Carl. He's got a couple days off. Hope you guys had a great weekend. I know I did. John had a very adventurous time up in Michigan. We call it Canada. John will explain coming up in about an hour and 10 in Guy Talk. Also, I spent 45 minutes in the Whataburger drive-thru lane down in Noonan.
Yeah, I love Whataburger, but 45 minutes now.
It was a cloudy day, had nothing else to do. We'll get into all that. And just real quick, we didn't mention it in the headlines. We're talking more about the game itself with the Falcons, but Michael Walker was cut by the Falcons. He was one of the linebackers drafted by the Quinn Dimitroff regime, John. He is kaput. And again, I'm sure he'll pick up with somebody else, but you're always on thin ice when you're not drafted by the current regime. And we've got a lot of playmakers at linebacker. And I got to be honest, he was out there, but there were a lot of guys on one-year contracts. And I don't think Michael Walker particularly popped at any time in his Falcon career, but we wish him well.
Yeah, we do. I mean, again, I'm not overly concerned about it. And we're going to see a lot of guys get cut. And there may be some surprising cuts in terms of what Ryan Nielsen wants, especially on the defensive side of the football.
Right. Also pick up a dude who apparently, for what it's worth, was the best defensive player in the USFL. So,
yeah, I know.
And we'll talk to Joe Patrick about that coming up later in a Falcon Report. You're hot. I can see it. You're aggravated. Jim Harbaugh is always getting under your collar. For those that aren't following, the new poll came out, AP polls out there. Basically, it just parrots what you got from the coaches poll. Georgia's 1, Michigan's 2. But Jim Harbaugh, apparently, some people are confused. Is he avoiding the suspension? Is he still going to get 4 games for lying to? Now, granted, the infractions were really ticky-tack secondary nonsense, but he compounded the situation by fibbing about it. And now we still don't know what games he's going to miss as head coach of Michigan.
Here's the problem. We don't know what the infractions are. I mean, the NCAA came out and said, look, it's not about a cheeseburger here. It's about something else. And he lied about these infractions. And we want this to go away because we don't want a 4-game suspension because we want a longer suspension than 4 games. And so they dropped the 4-game suspension. He's going to be able to coach those 4 games, which without Harbaugh on the sidelines, Michigan was going to have a serious chance that they were going to lose a couple of those games because they're playing who are they playing? UNLV.
Yeah. Well, John, it's a gauntlet. It's East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and then finally the Crucible of Rutgers. All four of those games are in the Big House. Anybody wants to take a pot shot at Georgia?
Yeah.
Who had to drop Oklahoma per SEC instructions to get the schedule now in line?
Talking about that 4-game preseason schedule.
That's ridiculous.
All right, so but Harbaugh here, and I like Jim, by the way. I like him personally. He's a guy that I've gotten to know a little in the family, and so I like Jim. The thing about it is, though, I think that this is all maneuvering here, and I think what's going to happen, this is what I think is going to happen. I think they'll go through the entire season here. Harbaugh will coach, and the NCAA and the Committee on Infractions will continue to dig, and they'll continue to threaten Michigan with all of these things. And at the end of the year, guess what's going to happen? Jim Harbaugh goes back to the NFL.
Well, if you remember, guys, there were a lot of Michigan fans that were willing to drive him to the airport about 3 years ago if an NFL job had come open. And then it didn't. There was serious conversation about what maybe we buy Harbaugh out. Maybe he saves us the trouble by going back to your point to the NFL. And then all that big recruiting talk. I remember when Harbaugh was a decade ago, coming down south doing these camps and everything else. Well, look, he's got some dogs, he's got some athletes. We get that, but Georgia just seems to be, and other teams seem to be tougher. They're tougher than Ohio State right now. I'll give him that. But he's got a better quarterback than some other teams that are out there that are ranked in the top 10. At least a guy with experience. But to me, I can't.
Well, they got a great set of running backs.
Not sure I see Michigan getting it done, but they do run the football and they are physical.
Well, it's really a kind of an interesting thing. It comes down to 3 games. It comes down to Ohio State, Penn State, in the Big Ten title game. But can they? But
with the way the divisions are set up, that's a de facto win anyway.
Yeah, I have no idea how good Iowa or Wisconsin are going to be. I'm not holding my breath in terms of them being able to break out. But certainly, look, Michigan's got a good football team. But this whole thing with Harbaugh, I think this is a big dance. I think that the NCAA probably can't prove much of anything. I think frankly, I think this is all about what I think is going to happen with the Big Ten and the SEC, and they're going to break away, right? And they're going to break away and form their own alliance, make their own rules, which I'm all for at this point because the NCAA is out there muddling the waters. And I'm going to defend Jim Harbaugh for a second. The NCAA comes out and says, look, the 4-game suspension is off. He cheated or did something, and then he lied about it, but we're not going to suspend him for 4 games. We want more. And by the way, there's a blanket rule. You can't talk about this rule, okay? Gag order blanket. Michigan can't talk about it. Harbaugh can't talk about it, but the NCAA can leak it. Oh, they can leak it. Oh, they can talk about it. but Michigan can't come up with a defense. I find that to be like,
Yeah, I mean, the way it sounded, though, it did seem like it was a bunch of like an accumulation of secondary violations, which are the ticky-tack silly ones. It's the stupid stuff.
I'm sure they are.
But here's the thing, though. The NCAA, they barely have a leg to stand on. I mean, look, it was easy to go after Pruitt in Tennessee because they made that so easy. It was comical the way they were giving away money.
Yeah, but then again, let's go back to that for a second. Doesn't it bother you? It still continues to bother me that Jeremy Pruitt could do what he did at Tennessee. He didn't pay a price.
No.
I mean, he's got a
show cause.
Big deal, whatever. He's coaching high school football. But it's the guys now who are in Knoxville who pay the price. I'm thankfully they didn't get a bowl game ban,
right?
But they get the scholarship reductions, the visitation. They pay the price, not the guy that did it.
But at some point, I mean, there's got to be a penalty. I mean, yeah, you could argue that slap him with a 10-year or whatever, but you still got to do something to the school that hired him because they hired the guy. He screwed up on their dime. So there's got to be. I'm with you. It sucks that the next generation of Tennessee players are paying for the sins of Pruitt.
Yeah, I guess. But I don't know. I mean, to penalize the current players and coaches and the current athletic administration, which had nothing to do with it.
Taking away scholarships. I mean, you want to say making a monetary fine of a couple $1 million, so be it. But getting back to Harbaugh, I mean, we'll see where this goes. He does have, the creep can coach. He got a Georgia. We always joke around, John. He's got that Georgia segment of practice. All right, you call down the Thunder, baby.
Mm-hmm.
See if you get him in the semifinal or the championship. See how you do this time.
Yeah, they got to be kicking themselves how they lost to that TCU team. Oh, my God.
Exactly.
Really? They watched that title game going, oh, my God.
Yeah, and the rankings came out, guys, and there's really, as I said, it's just basically a mirror of what you saw with the coaches poll. Georgia, Michigan, they've got Ohio State over Alabama in the AP, Associated Press, top 25. LSU is at 5, USC, Penn State, FSU, Clemson, and then Washington. Rounding out the top 10 coaches poll had Tennessee at number 10. So it's basically almost identical. It doesn't mean anything because with the college football playoff, in the old days, John, of the rankings with the BCS, if you were like Auburn in 2004 and you found yourself outside the top 25, you got to work all the way up. Now the rankings don't mean anything.
At the moment, the rankings don't mean anything. TCU last year wasn't ranked.
Right.
They weren't even they didn't get an also receiving vote. All right. Duke got 2 this year, right? And they're down there at the bottom of the also receiving a vote. TCU got none. Say what you like about 65-7. They made the national title game, even though they weren't even getting a vote in the preseason. Now, I'll grant you that this year, the preseason polls mean nothing. Next year, everything changes. When those preseason polls come out next year, that's going to mean something. And the reason it's going to mean something is you start looking at now with no Pac-12 anymore, you're going to have 5 automatic qualifiers to the field of 12, right? SEC, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, and 1 from the, I guess it's group of 6 now, or group of 5, whatever it's going to be, right? And then you're going to have 7 wild cards. And those wild cards, if you're ranked, let's take, Tennessee or Washington, those 2 number 10 teams. If you're there at the beginning of the year, it's really hard for you to fall out. And a 9-3 Tennessee team that's got a couple of quality wins isn't going to drop all that far in the SEC, whereas a team that's not even ranked has to work its way all the way up. So those preseason rankings are going to mean a lot. And starting next year with 7 wildcard teams.
But I think with the College Football Playoff Committee, they're going. We still don't know how they're coming up with this. They always give you. Remember a couple years ago it was margin of victory, game control, all these kind of very vague terms that they use. I still think you got a 1 or 2 loss team in the SEC, you're in. And I think, like anything else, they'll have to continue to expand the field because it's going to continue to be dominated by the SEC. You talked about USC now moving forward, starting 2024. If Lincoln Riley continues that progression, then they're going to be in the mix. But I mean, yeah, would you want to see? I guess the interest of the home game thing is kind of compelling. If Wisconsin is hosting somebody from the SEC,
Florida State, right?
That'd be fun to watch because there's the idea of the cold weather and all that entails.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And then, that's one element I think we're excited about. Now, how it's going to translate to fans, it's going to be a sellout for that team. There's not many other fans if the other team's going to be able to make it in short term. But that's neither here nor there. People always find a way to get tickets for the bowl games anyway, and they make the trip. But I'm excited about it. I'm with you. And the comments of Chip Kelly, I thought was brilliant last week. He was saying, look, we're going down this road anyway. Make everybody conference affiliation stable when it comes to football. You're an independent like Notre Dame. And you can make as much of a tough schedule. You can stand on your schedule with the College Football Playoff Committee. But let's have the top 50 teams. We'll play big boy football, have our own sanctioning body, keep the NCAA the hell away from it.
But that could happen.
And, it may just in our lifetime?
Right. Yeah, no, it may happen. Now, here's another thing to keep in mind here, and that's Florida State and Clemson. All right, so Florida.
Got to make a decision by tomorrow.
They have to make a decision by tomorrow.
Right.
Tomorrow. All right, and so the Tallahassee Democrat was reporting that by tomorrow, Florida State's got to do what or get off the pot, and that's for 2024 because the Big Ten is going to go to 20 teams. Now, obviously, the Big Ten still covets Notre Dame, but I don't understand what Notre Dame's doing. But go ahead, figure it out for yourself. Why they want to make less money? Because the Big Ten teams will actually Northwestern will make more in television revenue than Notre Dame. Okay,
right?
Yeah, I'd say Notre Dame's going to make $60 million.
Well, no. They're asking for $60 million.
They're asking for $60
They're not going to get NBC's not going to give them $60 million.
You know what Northwestern's going to make? Like every other team in the Big Ten,
right.
between 85 and 100.
Yeah, at some point. Yeah.
In the new television deal. Right. And so the Big Ten needs 2 more teams. Now, Stanford and Cal have been blocked from going to the ACC. Blocked. 4 schools have said no. And they said
There's no
because
value there. There's
well,
no
plus
interest.
they don't want to travel. They're not sending their golf team and their tennis team
Cal
to
is
Berkeley.
one of the most uncompelling Power 5 programs.
Right. I mean, they're like, go join the Mountain West Conference or something, So, but there are other teams that do want to be in the Big Ten. Lots of schools that want to be in the Big Ten. But if Florida State and Clemson don't move now, the Democrat was saying that there's a loophole, that Florida State's looking at. I can tell you what the loophole is. It's pretty simple. You got a grant of rights. What's it going to cost them? Did you see a figure, 60, 70, 80 million?
120 million.
Okay, so 120 million. All you have to do is ask the Big Ten to pay it. Here's how you do it.
They prorate it, and they're going to split it with you down the road.
We're going to for 6 years. We're going to charge you $20 million a year. You're going to make $20 million less a year for 6 years than Rutgers and Northwestern. But at the end of those, because you're going to pay us back. But at the end of those 6 years, you're a full-fledged member. I'm doing that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but here's the other thing, and it sounds great. Florida. I got to be honest. I'm a Florida State booster. Said this a few weeks ago. They're going off half-cocked. I mean, going to Wall Street to find a way to finance your way out of the ACC?
I don't think that's the way you should do it. Just ask the Big Ten to pay it, and you'll pay them back over the course of 6 years.
But the Big Ten's got an academic standard that Florida State doesn't apparently
I know.
meet.
This academic. Can we dispense with this academic standard? Can we stop that?
I'm just telling you what they've said. These are some
you've
of the
got to be a
roadblocks.
research institute, or you can't be a Big Ten team. Oh, stop.
That's what they're saying.
I know.
That's the precedent.
I mean, stop it.
Now, that's what fits, certainly for Stanford.
Since when are we going to sit around here talking about student athletes anymore?
Well,
I mean, come on.
But the Big Ten has always maintained that degree of elitism when it comes to the academics.
Stick your nose in the air a little harder, huh?
Right. Hey, look, don't get me started on that. The Big Ten, also, apparently, you got to rub yourself naked on another player in Northwestern to win 10 games. They do a lot of things very differently up there in the Big Ten. I got to be honest. It's a different style of football. They do a lot of things differently up there in the Northwest. Play a slow, plodding style of football. The cameras are on the roof of the stadium. Makes everything look terrible.
Big Ten showdown today between Clemson and Oregon.
Yeah. By the way, one last nugget on the FSU thing. I don't think that you're basically saying you're going to go do this and that, and you don't know. You're looking before you leave. You have no idea where you're going to land. And the SEC is already on. They're kind of like doing the Heisman to Florida.
I think the SEC's. I think the SEC's. Be interesting to see if they're doing it right or wrong. I don't really know.
Yeah, but where do you go? The thing is, where do you back the Brinks truck up to? What ESPN? The contract's in place starting next year.
What does the ACC do? I mean,
they're just going to sit there and suck eggs.
I guess.
Right. Well, they've got no leverage, and adding Cal or Stanford doesn't do anything other than split the pot.
Right. Exactly.
So there you go. Florida State. I love them. I think you're screwed. I think you're stuck in the ACC, man. It's like a bad marriage, and we're all familiar with that. Except me, because I love my wife, and she's listening. Hey, man, we'll come back. Chris, you ready to rock? He's got some, yeah, man, no, man, with Fricky in for Carl Dukes on Dukes and Bell.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, man, Falcons look great. Braves looked really good, except for that game Chorizo started. What a bum. And everything else is cooking, man. We're going to find out just what exactly we got from the starters on a Friday night right here on 92.9 The Game. So I think it was a good weekend. All in all, it was a good weekend.
Oh, it was a great weekend.
John got back from...
Saturday kind of sucked for me, but otherwise it was a good weekend.
John had forced labor at the in-laws. Details to follow in about an hour's time. Right now, though, it's time for Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Turtle, how was your weekend, by the way?
It was fantastic. Had my show on Saturday morning, and that left me with a whole day. So I went outside for a nice long walk, got my sweat on in the Atlanta summer heat, saw a couple of movies. It was a nice, solid weekend.
What'd you see?
I saw this movie called The Crucifixion. I'm a big horror movie buff.
Okay.
And it was pretty good. It was about a possessed woman in... Transylvania? Is that the name of the town with the vampires?
It's a country. A region, yes.
Okay.
Romania.
Okay, yes. So it took place there, and it was very well done.
Actually, Romania, but yeah.
And I saw the newest Guardians of the Galaxy movie, which was also very good.
I thought it was kind of depressing. A little sad.
It was a little sad.
Yeah.
But you know what? I thought the Marvel movies have been so disappointing as of late that it was nice to actually get a good one.
Right.
So I was fine with it. But you're right. If you're thinking in going, it's going to be like the Upbeat where you plug in the cassette tape and get the soundtrack going like the first one. That it is not.
What you got?
All right. So I found her. She is the one person in the world, I think, that could do this impossible task, and that is get San Antonio Spurs head coach Greg Popovich to show emotion. Becky Hammond, while speaking at the induction ceremony for the Hall of Fame this weekend, was able to do just that. So while I play this clip, imagine a red-faced, teary-eyed Greg Popovich listening from the side.
Pop, I'm not going to look at you. You're a man of principle and excellence. I know you weren't trying to be courageous when you hired me, but you did do something nobody else in professional sports has ever done.
And with that, Pop, you could see the tears strolling down his face. I thought that was a good job by her, getting him to actually show a little emotion, the guy who never blinks.
Good for Pop. Not a fan.
Strong reaction.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look,
good for Becky.
Tremendous, obviously coach, and his legacy is secure. I mean, I heard Steak and Sandra talking about this morning on the Steakhouse, and I kind of seconded Steak's emotion. It's just I find him a bit much.
He's become a curmudgeon in his later years, for sure. He went from the sort of Belichickian, sort of nothing leaves the inner circle and rule with an iron fist basketball version of that.
But his players love him.
The players love him. They haven't won in a while now, and he's, gotten a little bit older. I don't know about a little bit wiser, and he certainly lets you know what he's thinking. He often uses press conferences to expose some of his thoughts about things going on in society, which... or whatever you make of that,
he's sticking around for Victor Wembanyama, and he's going to see what this kid can do. I mean, look, he's beloved by his players. That team did the most amazing jobs, John, international scouting to put those squads together that dominated.
Yeah, sure.
And having two of the transformative big men doesn't hurt either. But but Pop, he is what he is, man. I mean,
but they went from Gervin to the Admiral to Duncan to Kawhi. I mean, and so now we'll see what they got with Victor.
Right on.
And yeah, I mean, I think they just gave him, a 4 or 5 year new deal, and he's in his late 70s. I mean, so we'll see. But that was a cool moment. One more from the NBA Hall of Fame. This one a little more on the lighter side, because it was revealed that Tony Parker thought Tim Duncan didn't like him when they first got together.
So everybody knows that, but I'm going to say it again. My rookie year, Timmy didn't talk to me, my rookie year. And people think I'm crazy when I say that, but it's true. Timmy don't like French people. Okay? He doesn't like my French accent.
That's funny.
So Tim Duncan, not a fan of those from other countries, perhaps. How about that revelation?
Well, he's not. Where's he from again?
The Bahamas.
Bahamas, right? Someplace like that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Whatever.
That's funny though.
Yeah, it is funny.
There's a lot of, there's a lot of places you could go with this line of jokes because there was a big soap opera down there in San Antonio for a number of years with players and teammates, wives, etc. But not talking about that there. That's the Naismith Hall of Fame.
No. Okay, so let me...
And Dirk goes in. Dirk Nowitzki went as well.
Dirk goes in, Dwayne Wade as well, as we heard from earlier in the show. There's sometimes something that happens in a season, especially when it's going wrong, that can perfectly encapsulate what's happening. And that happened this weekend with the Oakland Athletics.
Oh.
Their pitcher made a spectacular play, but...
On a comebacker.
But failed to do something of the most basic requirement to finish
step on a base
said play. Let's take a listen.
Before that, he was almost untouchable coming out of the All-Star break. Up the middle. Look at that play by the pitcher. Nobody. What is this? He never went to the bag. He never threw it to Soderstrom. And I tell you, Eric Young Jr. is screaming in delight at Vargas for hustling.
Yeah, for that. Now, if you didn't get the play-by-play, the pitcher basically lollygags over to first. It looked like he literally brain farted. I mean, the first baseman does his job. He runs over to the bag, and the pitcher
toss it to him.
And the pitcher never throws him the ball. And by the time they get within closing distance, the first baseman got out of the way in case the pitcher was going to sprint to the bag. That was the only play left. It's the stupidest. That's one of the stupidest things I've seen in baseball in a long, long time.
Yeah, and it wasn't a Mets play either.
No, and the Mets were like the Keystone Cops, to John's point. They were like, there would be like an error in the infield compounded by an error in the outfield on the same play. They were just absolute disaster this weekend. It was kind of fun to watch.
My interpretation of it was in the A's game. It was like the pitcher thought, all right, we're playing the Nationals. Both teams absolutely stink. Let's just have an agreement here that no one's actually going to try hard and run hard. And the runner actually broke the code of conduct by actually trying to get to first base.
But that's great. But, it's one of those plays where most guys, it varies from player to player if you're established or a rookie or whatever. But, yeah, most guys just kind of toss the bat and lollygag down to first. But the pitcher did the lollygagging on this one. You lollygag to first.
Right.
What if I told you guys it was all a lie? Michael Oher. Does that name ring a bell?
The Blind Side.
He's got a new book out, and he's pimping that all over the place.
He's also got a lawsuit.
And he's also got a lawsuit. That's correct. Because he's alleging that what this feel-good, Oscar-winning movie for Sandra Bullock...
Playing Mrs.
Toohey.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of never really happened the way that it was portrayed in the movie. It alleges that he signed a conservatorship agreement when he turned 18 and that he received $0 for his characterization in the movie that was supposed to be split between the family and him. They received a $225,000 flat fee plus 2.5% of the film's net proceeds. And you know how much that is? That film grossed $310 million.
They got the back end, as they say in the industry.
That's what, $7.5, $8 million that they got? Yeah.
And it's funny because at the time, I know we had this guy, I think I was Randy Mack. Actually, it was years. I was working with Shockley at the old station when the movie came out. And we were like, I got to be honest, this characterization of this dude, I'd be a little embarrassed if I was him. Because I know we all know the upbringing of and the situation, and it seemed like it was like the typical perfect Disney story. And now we learn that it's a little bit more to it than meets the eye. He's the father's a sportscaster in Memphis, right? Mr. Toohey, right?
I think he was.
Yeah. What a... So Michael Oher, so he's looking for a piece of the action, basically.
He seeks a full accounting of the money that the family earned using his name, and also to have the couple pay him his fair share of profits, as well as an unspecified compensatory and punitive
Why wouldn't you have done that
damage.
on the front end? I mean, it's his story. I mean, I would never do that to somebody. I mean, you wouldn't. I wouldn't have shut him out. I mean, were they going to say, "Oh, he made enough money playing football," or "He made enough money on this book"? I mean. That's just pretty crappy.
Yeah. Chris mentioned the $309
I mean, if you're on the jury
million.
there, aren't you almost instantly siding with him? I am.
Well, it's not a principle. This says he made about $35 million in his playing career.
I understand.
So this seems to
But
be
it's still
more
his
out of
life
principle.
story. It's
Oh,
still
yeah,
his
yeah,
story.
of course.
He's entitled to a piece of the action.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's residuals for the rest of your life.
Right.
Yeah, every time, all those memes and jokes out there about people getting, 35-cent residuals from having a walk-on role in Seinfeld in 1986.
I remember it was the summer of 2010. I was down in Miami. I was with a bunch of buddies. My buddy Jamie from Jamaica. We had a whole big crew. It was I think it was his second wedding. So we're all down there partying, and there's a kid, the lifeguard. This is down in Fort Lauderdale. They go, "We have a lost child," and the Kyle's. My buddy goes, "What's his 40 time?" Obviously, in lieu of the Blind Side, stopped him. Maybe makes it the
bring him
NFL.
home.
That was funny at the time, Day-Day. It was, that's why I put it in the proper context. Do it today, you'd be canceled.
Yeah, Day-Day gave me the stick. All right, guys.
Probably so.
Yeah,
Probably so.
We gotta run. We gotta talk some dogs coming up. All right, Day-Day, hit my music.
Good job, man. We got an explosive 4 o'clock hour. John's got to get something off his chest. Sometimes being on talk radio, it's cheaper than therapy, as Carl and I like to say. And I got to be honest, John told me the story, and I'm hopping mad at his brother-in-law. I don't even know the man. I think
he's a good dude.
I think
he's a good
don't back it up. We're pimping the story.
Really good dude.
It's a heinous act. What was
but I like it.
Perpetrated
but
on John.
It wasn't cool.
While on vacation. That's coming up in the 4. And Kirby's in midseason form. You're all worthless and weak. Talking about his dogs after the first couple days of practice. As Chris mentioned, Dog Report next on Dukes and Bell. man. It's hot, real hot. Keep it cool. Hang out with us indoors. Go to the app, Odyssey.com, 929 The Game, or just hang out with us in the old style radio. Either way, it's our man John Fricke in for Carl. Carl, like so many parents out there getting ready for college. We presume, and he doesn't tell me anything, but I think he's up on his way to do his daughter's college, the whole shebang. Steak just did it. Orientation, getting yourself packed away, and then get set up in the dorm rooms and all that. You have a good roommate in college, by the way? Did you have a decent roommate your first year?
I didn't have a roommate. I lived by myself.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Big shot.
Yeah, no, and it was great because, since I would get that knock on the door and it would be a visitor.
Nice.
That would happen on occasion.
Get it in, huh, Fricke? Back in the day. Is Nebraska? This is University of Nebraska and Lincoln? All right.
Yep.
Bell-bottom pants?
No, dude, no. This is in the 80s. Stop.
Oh, sorry. I should have done the math on your college days. Yeah, but my roommate was a total nerd. He was from Orlando, and we just did not like each other. He was just like, because I was partying and I looked like I was 30 when I was 18, so I was bartending, doing stuff. And then my buddy who was at FAMU, he was like, you had a great idea. Why don't we just get off campus and sublet our dorms? Which, again, is a major violation. Which adds to me another reason why I was kicked out.
I'm glad I have another dormie here because of all the frat guys that were running around. And I belong to Tappacaca Brew. That was my frat.
Chris, did you have where'd you go to school? What was your college experience?
Yeah, I had a roommate. I got really lucky. I had a roommate who left about 2 weeks into the first semester. He couldn't handle college and he just dropped out and left and went back home. So I had a 2-person dorm room all to myself my entire freshman year.
Right.
It's pretty sweet.
We reconnected on Facebook years later, and we both, you grow up and everything, and he's a nice guy. I shouldn't tell the story, but I will. I'm at the Clemson-Florida State game 2013, the year they won the national championship. Jameis won the Heisman. And O'Leary, Jack Nicklaus's grandson, made this big play, and he's blasting through. It was they smoked. It was probably one of the last big wins. Then 14, they haven't beaten Clemson ever since. They're going on eight years losing streak. So I'm up there. I'm getting a hot dog. And if you're in Memorial Stadium in the visitor section, you're looking down on the flagpole. Right. You're literally looking down on the fireworks. I mean, if you lean forward, you're dead. You're gonna whoop. And so I'm sitting there. And my wife and I were just waiting to get some food at halftime, and I ran into the old roommate, and I'll just use his first name, David. And so my wife's I'm very lucky, as you guys always say on Twitter, outkick my coverage. And so there he is. He's got 3 screaming kids, and his wife's just busting his chops, and he sees me. He goes, Mike! Comes over. We make the pleasantries. Hi, it was my roommate for like half a year. I go, how you doing? He hugs me. We're hugging. He goes, kill me. Kill me.
Oh, no.
On the soul of my father.
Oh, God.
On the soul of my father.
Oh, God.
No, I'm just saying. Whatever he was, because here I am. Hey, what are you doing? I'm doing radio in Atlanta's my wife. And, just check that. Fiance at the time. We weren't married yet. So, but anyway, it was like I read a movie. Just kill me. Kill me now. And on that pleasurable note, let's hit the dog report.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
I don't know. I tell these stories, and I gauge. I know Chris is going to chuckle. I look at Day-Day, and when Day-Day's giving me like a blank expression, I just don't know if the message is communicating to the audience at large. When your old roommate says, to
"Yeah, I know." He was kidding, right?
I can't tell. Right. Anyway, now one thing's serious, and that's Kirby basically saying that you guys haven't done anything. Yeah, you might have been on a national championship team, maybe 2, but you haven't proven anything yet. It's time-honored, as you and I discussed earlier, John. Here's Kirby. We'll start with the quarterbacks, as basically he dresses down his entire squad talking to the media over the weekend.
I can tell you that I would like to see all 3 of them play better, but the people around them have to play better. So when you evaluate a quarterback and you say, well, he threw an interception. Well, if he hit a guy in the hands and it bounced through his hands and got intercepted, obviously we judge that.
I mean, that everything whatever the media can get a kernel of, it's tough because you get to see all the practice in Athens. But apparently Stockton struggled. Nobody really established themselves or did something that Kirby or the coaches, certainly that Mike Bobo wanted to see with the scrimmage. Yeah,
do they have Michael Williams? Do they have Dumas Johnson? Do they have Walker? Do they have Stackhouse? Do they have those guys on defense? Do they have Bullard? Do they have Kwame Lassiter? Do they have those guys on defense? They still do, right?
Right.
Okay.
They're going to be fine.
They're going to be fine. They're going to be just fine.
Best offensive line in the country.
Right. I mean, come on. I mean, Van Pran and Green and all those guys, like it could be fine. I mean, my God. I mean, Tate Ratledge, that offensive line will move people. They'll be able to run the football. If your quarterbacks and wide receivers aren't getting it done, guess what? Pound the rock, play, stop the other team's run, and win every game. They're going 12-0 for crying out loud.
Well, there is an area of concern for Dog fans more about injury, and that would be the running back room. I think it was on Friday. Del McGee was talking about it. Positive progress from Branson Robinson, who's built like a blank house. He was back out of practice on Tuesday last week, and he said that with the injuries, talking about Kendall Milton, Branson, Andrew Paul coming off an ACL, you don't get a chance to get those guys real physical reps, so they're not going to get the full complement of what they wanted to do. But that's one area of concern.
I mean, you could. They've been fortunate enough to be able to have multiple backs, and they got them coming out of the gas station as it was once said.
But still some
Derek
unproven
Mason
guys, and
said.
you don't want to put pressure on Carson Beck too much, do you?
I mean, but you got Edwards and you got Milton. You're going to be fine. I mean, Robinson wasn't whichever Robinson, Roderick or Branson. I mean, you've got tons of talent. I mean, again, you have Ladd McConkey, do you not? I mean, you have the greatest tight end maybe in the history of the game, do you not? I mean,
yeah.
You have that Rara Thomas guy who was just like all SEC coming in at wide receiver. Look, they're going to win 12 games. So, I mean, I don't know what anybody's complaining about.
Well, I mean, just the unknown entity.
Well, we're going to go back to
unproven quantity as the QB.
We have to have, because I got into an argument with Abe Gordon, not that nobody ever does that on a daily basis.
Producer of Andy Rendon.
And he was talking to me about, because I was saying, if they only win these two games, 34-10 against, who are they playing, No Football State and the University of Tennessee Martin Lawrence, if they play those two games at 34-10, so, that's going to really hurt you. I said, it's not going to matter a whit. I said, if they go 12-0 and they beat Florida 34-10, if they beat everybody 34-10, then is anybody going to remember that they beat the University of Tennessee Martin Lawrence 34? No.
And just want
they got to win them 73-0.
Just cover the spread, man. Cover that spread. The thing about Carson Beck is he may, and I said this last week, just to be I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I'm just trying to, maybe he's even better than Bettis. Stetson Bennett looked amazing, by the way, in his preseason game with the Rams. But now it's Bobo. And by the way, We've covered the Mark Richt deficiencies, and the margin for error was so much more slimmer than the way Kirby's built this thing. But are you confident in Bobo in the second act?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Georgia's got Georgia guys doing Georgia things. They are the best team in the nation. They are the king of the mountain for the first time ever. And that's the interesting thing. Okay. And I made this point, and again I'll make it again. This is the first time this year, in a couple of weeks when they played their first game, that Georgia has stood alone at the beginning of the year, at the kickoff of the year, alone on the top of the college football mountain. First time ever. Because they weren't alone last year, even though they were the national champions, because of the fact that they split with Alabama in that season, and because of the fact that Alabama had been Alabama-ing since 2010 or something.
And with Will Anderson and Bryce Young, you just assumed that Alabama was going to be back there. Yeah.
At the end of last year, even though they were defending national champions, they were kind of right there. We were talking 1 and 1A. They were standing on top of the mountain with Alabama.
Until Bama lost to Tennessee.
Now, and then Alabama took a little bit of a 6-inch step back. Now, it's only 6 inches, but Georgia is... Okay, that's you do you. This is the first time ever that Georgia is alone at the beginning of the year on the top of the college football mountain, ever.
But you got the other guys. Michigan's got a quarterback. You got more guys with J.J. McCarthy. You know what he is.
Stop with the J.J. McCarthy stuff?
He's played more games as a starter than Carson Beck.
Look, they've got great running backs.
Just playing devil's advocate. I'm just saying there's a dude with some reps.
But is J.J. McCarthy a top 20 quarterback in college football?
USC's got a quarterback. Washington's got a quarterback. Now, again, where they're going to land, I don't know. But there's better quarterback play outside the SEC. That's for sure, other than LSU.
Well, the Pac-12 is loaded.
Right. Big time. You got 3 real bona fide Heisman winners. You throw Bo Nix in.
And the Big 12's got a few, too. I mean, so does the Big 10. I mean, and guys develop over the course of the year. Right now, you sit here and talk about the best quarterbacks in the nation. You say Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, Drake May, Spencer Rattler. I mean, you go down the list, Quinn Ewers, all these quarterbacks, right? Everybody. And I know I'm leaving about 10 guys off. But you also, with Travis and everybody else. The fact of the matter is we don't know how good Kyle McCord's going to be at Ohio State or how Drew Aller at Penn State, how good's he going to be. I got to tell you, I'm a Nebraska fan. I'm hoping for 7 wins, but Jeff Sims looks like a different player.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, we were talking about this the other day about, how do you get into that top 25 or cusp of the top 25 again? I mean, you believe in Matt Rule? I mean, is Matt Rule going to be able to fix this thing? I mean,
well, define fix. I mean, is he going to take him to top? No. I mean, is he going to win a national title? No. Can he win 7 and 8 or 8 on an annual basis? Sure. Can he make him into an Ole Miss kind of team? In terms of their production, sure.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue once they left the Big 12, the die was cast. They've always been they've been a strange.
Well, Bill Callahan.
They've been a square peg.
Bill
in the Big
Callahan
Ten.
killed that program.
Well, I mean, you could argue that there was a couple of coaches that weren't too bad, but the administration felt otherwise. Frank Solich.
Well, yeah, that was because that was actually Steve Peterson killed that program. He was the AD at the time. Yeah, that was just what they did to him was wrong.
But getting back to the Dogs, as John said, first time is unlimited. This is their shot. They're three-peat and this and that, and the big head and this human nature. And as we said, his old boss Saban would call it rat poison. Kirby delivers the message to the media that you guys haven't done jack.
We have an extremely long way to go as a football team. I think so many people make an assumption off of last year's team and their accomplishments that this team, number one, I asked them after the scrimmage and after we ran, what have you done to deserve anything you've gotten? And they've done nothing.
I want to scream. I do. I just want to scream.
But we're not a 19 or 20-year-old college student who this message will resonate with. We're smarmy media types that obviously, we're jaded. But as long as that message resonates with those guys, that's all that matters.
Right, just keep them from driving, and you're going to be okay.
Oh, that's true. That is true. That's a legitimate concern. Kirby goes on to also say that this team, goes on to say had some train wreckers in years past. But he said in tackle, he says, talking about Jordan Hall, isn't where the head coach would like him to be. So we've talked. He's calling out. And by the way, another thing he does, John, he calls out individuals. He doesn't shy away from it to motivate those kids because obviously they hear all this stuff.
Right.
And I got to be honest, from the years of Mark Richt and for Georgia fans to go all the way back to Ragoff, he gets it. At Kirby, what he's doing works. I mean, he's built this machine. He is the number one guy. Pollock told Nick Saban to his face, "You're old news" last year because Kirby's got it cooking. The only variable in this equation will be if the run game struggles. I mentioned to Carl last week, John. What about a game like Auburn? You're on the plains. Maybe Freeze has got some up his sleeve, and you just wonder how does Beck respond when he's got some pressure on the plate.
Right. I mean, Missouri last year, even to some degree, I guess Kentucky was really never in doubt, but I mean, it was a less than a 10-point win. It was a grinder in the rain up there in Kentucky. But, look, they're going to be a game or two, but you have a little bit of latitude. You could still lose a game and win the national title. I mean, if you have a bad game, you have a bad game. If you win the East, and they're going to win the East, they're going to be in the SEC title game. They win the SEC title game, guess where they're going to be?
Right on.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, this is the last year where you really got to, you got the easy schedule because Oklahoma was dropped. You're in a really great spot. Now, the good news for Georgia, next year, Dylan Raiola, I know people are stoked up there in Buford what this guy's going to be. You may be in that position where you just continue to reload. It's just unbelievable. Not retool as we've had to in other programs, and you got to wait 3 years for the recruiting cycle, et cetera. Georgia's just kicking butt. It's you are Alabama. It's just Kirby's stamp on it. It's amazing.
They're alone on top of the mountain for the first time ever. So as the king of the mountain, I think what you say is, I think they're going to be okay.
Hey, got some breaking news, mild story from the Falcons, not the biggest earth-shaking news. Told you earlier that Michael Walker was released earlier this morning. A guy that Crow and I were talking about, he was a 7th-round pick. Frank Darby gets cut by the Falcons, along with other wide receiver Chris Blair. So there's a lot of talent at wide receiver. There's that kid Penny Hart we've talked about. There's a bunch of dudes, and you saw some of that on the Friday night. Preseason.
I think I'm gonna. One of the things to watch, and later in the week, I know you guys will be talking about it. And I'm only going to fill in for Carl for a couple of days. Stop cheering. Is that you'll see? I think things to look for. One of the things, since I know you'll be talking about it later in the week, one of the things to look for is how do they use Cordero Patterson, because the running back situation is going to be dominated by, is it Bijan now? Whatever we're going to call him. We're going to call him, Rookie of the Year.
Bijan.
So and of course, Tyler Algier. But so are they using Cordero Patterson in the slot? Are they using him even split wide? Remember when he came here and they said we're going to make a running back out of him, he had played some running back in Minnesota, but he was primarily a wide receiver.
Right.
And so he could kind of go naturally back to that.
You can use them all over the place. That's why when people have said earlier in the year, some guys were looking at the depth chart and they didn't see the wide receiver depth. I think to your point that Patterson can be used all over the field.
Right.
You're going to have 2 tight end sets up the yin-yang, Jonnu Smith. Also, Dahlman was out of practice today. Chris, help me with the pronunciation because I botched it earlier. Who's playing center?
Ryan Newsiel.
Newsiel did a nice job against the Dolphins on Friday. We didn't see his name called out for many screw-ups. So with Dahlman banged up and Hennessy banged up, Newsiel is a dude that's apparently been playing center today.
All right, so coming up next, we're going to be talking about the Braves and the Skankies tonight out at the ballpark here. There is news about the Braves and their batting order, and who is batting second behind Ronald Acuna Jr. tonight. We're going to tell you who's batting second behind Ronald next on Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92 on the Game.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
This hour of Dukes and Bell is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate.
Nice. On the break, too. Boom. Teamwork makes the dream work on Dukes and Bell. Fricky in for Carl Dukes today.
I know how to hit a post. I DJ for 2 days.
Right on, brother. 2 days?
Really? 2 days, right. I quit.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I DJ'd for 2 days, and after the second day of playing Kaja Juju and Boy George, I said, I'm out. I am out. I cannot do this to my ears anymore.
Kaja Gugu. I think it was like a 20-second intro, by the way. Yeah, man. For guys, for you young broadcasters out there, real quick before we get to the Bravos, we had a bunch of kids, and I say kids because they're high school and some college, and this big intern program that we're here, and we were talking to them, our buddies from B103 and us, and it was kind of cool because in the old days, you could go work at a small radio station. Well, a lot of small radio stations don't exist anymore.
Right.
And everything with syndication and everybody just kind of, cutting costs. But podcast, great way to find your voice. But in the old days, a lot of guys that do like talk radio or do sports casting, like Jim Nantz or, anybody. I mean, Greg Gumbel all started Greg Gumbel worked at a country station in Iowa.
Right.
Before now you see him, of course, doing NFL. But yeah, you come up on the music side. That's kind of the way you did it back in the day. But hey, the Braves kicking butt, taking names up in New York. The only downside to the weekend was it was a total and complete humiliation of the Mets. Other than Sunday, national TV audience, or at least whoever still watches ESPN, got to watch Chorizo on the bump, and he was spotted a 3-run lead, and Yanni Chirino does what he does. He's not very effective.
Yeah, I'm done with him. Done.
I'm ready for waivers, but, Winans looks good. Maybe make the determination to keep Winans. Once we get to a few more weeks, they'll expand the roster.
How important is Max Fried tonight?
Well, I mean...
Yeah, the great one against the Cubs, and then kind of the stinker against the Pirates.
I just think, honestly, John, I thought the Pirates game was an outlier because I thought that was like a little Punch and Judy stuff, some of the stuff up the middle.
Right.
You had one situation where Arcia botches, he double clutches a throw. True. He should have gotten out of the inning with maybe 2 runs. There's only one good, clean single up the middle, for my money. But, I mean, Fried, the way he looked at Chicago was unbelievable.
Right.
So, I think, are we going to see more of the former or the latter?
I think I still think that my hope is we go into listen to me like I got a mouse in my pocket. That the Braves go into the playoffs, and Max Fried's number 1 starter. He's top of the. I had a Spencer Strider as the number 1 guy and the ace of the team.
Everybody was raking. Obviously, the pace that Matt Olson's on. We played some of the audio earlier. Certainly, Austin Riley, all the usual suspects. The only concern was Ozzie Albies leaving the game. He's out, but Nicky Lopez comes in and has a great night. And Lopez is going to start tonight, by the way. So, Chris, real quick, I know you said during the commercial break, what's the word on Ozzie Albies?
Yeah, so he's not starting tonight. He was removed last night for precautionary hamstring tightness.
Okay.
And then in the lineup, this is going to be really interesting. To take Ozzie's spot in the number 2 hole, Michael Harris is going to bat behind Ronald Acuna.
Right. And eventually, at some point, Harris was always going to be, I think, batting in the 2 hole. But while you got a lineup that's so loaded, I heard Andy and Randy throw a stat out today. I think more than half of baseball's 1, 2, 3 hitters don't have as much production as our 7, 8, 9. Isn't that crazy? As far as average, hitting for average and OPS. But our bottom of the lineup has been amazing. Michael Harris is a part of that. So now we'll see him. And again, they've moved him around in the lineup last season. This seems like at this stage he's in a better place to be batting in the second spot.
Well, I mean, Mike, it's a Braves team that leads all of not the National League, all of Major League Baseball in home runs. Well, they're almost 40 home runs ahead of the next nearest team.
Right.
And maybe going to set a single season record for most home runs by a ball club. They lead the major leagues in RBI. They lead the major leagues in batting average. They lead in OPS. They lead in so many offensive categories, all of Major League Baseball, because they are the dominant offensive team in the game. And, can they slug their way to a – that was one of the questions we had at the beginning of the year. It was spring training, and I was talking about it. Can the Braves slug their way to a World Series title? And I think the answer to that is yes. I believe that they can slug their way, but I don't want to have to.
Right. Run differential, by the way, is 193 as far as, the bullpen. Here's the thing. Pitching was great in that amazing run of June. As we know, pitching has come back to earth. At one point, we had the worst ERA since the All-Star break among starting pitchers. Chirino's winning games, but a lot of those were slugfests where, teams just doing the softball thing, which they always do. I just don't understand, and you and I were talking off the air about this, John, is why we have such an aversion to taking on contracts when it comes to pitching.
I know.
And what are they going to do with Max Fried? He's going to be 30. I mean, and he deserves a big contract. Are they going to just take it to arbitration again?
It's going to be a big offseason question. And this is where Max can make it really hard for him. I mean, if he comes out and becomes the ace, you got Spencer Strider under contract for right now. And Charlie Morton's not going to be back. You wouldn't think. He's at the 1 year, $20 million, and he's probably going to want to hang it up. or maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
Right. Well, unless they throw another $20 million at him.
Right. And there's all those other questions. I mean, is Smith-Shawver or is Schuster ready to be part of the rotation? Is Soroka? And one of the interesting things at call-ups, well, because you're going to get Grissom called up, you're going to get A.J. Smith-Shawver, maybe Schuster called up. You're going to get Soroka called back. And I at this point, I think it'll be for the 40-man. But he's going to get some time here because I think that out of the pen, he may have some value to you, and it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Soroka looked really good his last start for Gwinnett. I mean, I'm like most people, like, what's up with Soroka? Everyone just thought he'd come back and be locked in. Hasn't been the case. Winans looked good in the series against the Mets. I mean, they just bombed him on Saturday. That doubleheader was just hysterical. But, yeah, man, the pitching, the only concern is why in a team that is as good as we are 1 through 9, scoring more runs than anybody, did we have to be such bargain basement shoppers at the trade deadline? Again, Chirino's just claimed off waivers. You didn't trade anything for him. He's just a good guy that was released by the Rays.
Can I make an argument, though, Mike? Can I make an argument that at their best, okay, and healthy and at their best, Max Fried, Spencer Strider, Bryce Elder, and Charlie Morton might be the best 1 through 4 rotation in baseball.
Elder's wobbled lately.
I know. I said at their best.
Yeah, at their best. Right.
I didn't. No, I understand you're asking for a lot here, but at their best from what we've seen this year and what we've seen from Max Fried in the past, I mean, Spencer Strider might well win the Cy Young. I mean, right. Bryce Elder made the All-Star team.
Right. But unfortunately, whether they figured him out and Kranitz can't seem to get what we need, he's so close when he's in the strike zone, he doesn't have overpowering stuff, so he gets hit. A lot of balls are in play. We're still a little sloppy defensively. But Elder, I'm confused by what's going on there. The other side of this is Wright comes back. Braves fans just assume it is gospel. He's going to be good to go. He's going to pick up where he left off, and I hope you're right. Because if not, then, and Strider had a really good outing up in New York. Of course, let's be honest, the Mets are, take away Alonso and Lindor, that's not exactly a big league lineup.
Yeah, but plus they're in total disarray.
Right.
I mean, the only reason they won yesterday is the Braves gave it to them. Otherwise, they don't win.
But I want Chirino gone.
If they lost that game, they would have dropped into last place.
Right.
Behind the Nationals.
Right. They're just a half game ahead of the Nats.
I mean, that's how bad they are.
Right.
I mean, oh, my God, this is a disaster. I mean, this Yankees team coming in. Look, the Yankees still have pop. I mean, when you got Gleyber Torres and you got Giancarlo Stanton and you got, bow to the judge or whatever the hell it is. What does it? Stand up and I don't even know what he says.
It is high. It is far. Yeah, no, I did a rant on how I can't stand that guy.
Hail the judge or whatever the hell
I'm not alone, by the way, on that. Yankees are in last place, but because the American League East is so loaded, they're still 2 games over 500.
Mm-hmm.
They've had a number of pitching issues. Chris, real quick, who's pitching tonight? Is somebody from the farm?
Clark Schmidt.
By the way,
he's good.
Yeah, last night in that loss to Miami, when Miami did the walk-off, that was Garrett Cole. So we're not going to see Garrett Cole.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And the Yankees, as John said, they got some guys getting hit some pop, but Fried hopefully he's dialed in. The concern I have with the Bravos, and this is what I was trying to communicate with the listeners before the deadline, and I get it. Some Braves fans, the glass is always half full, and I appreciate that. Good positivity. Falcon fans can learn from that. But the team which I said you got to watch out for, who you're going to see in October, is the Dodgers. And the Dodgers made moves. And the Dodgers are now the hottest team in baseball right now. They won 9 of their last 10. Pitching's coming to form, getting Kershaw back. They got a lot of things going on. They're bombing it too. So do you have the pitching when we get in? And guys wanted to throw stats at me. I said, look, when they get into October and it's nut cutting time, Dodgers roll in guys all throw 99 and more, with the exception of some of the starters. I'm worried about that. My only concern is will we have pitching to match up with the Dodgers in October? That's my concern.
It's a fair concern. It is a fair concern.
Right.
And for that matter, the Astros.
Right.
And for that matter,
Rangers?
maybe now the Texas Rangers.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, Flaherty was a guy we've already talked. Like, I'm not going back. It's water under the bridge.
Lorenzen was another guy.
And I actually had Braves fans going, it's just they're playing against the Nats. It's a freaking no-hitter. We're rolling out a guy named Yanni Chirizo, who's hot garbage. Don't get me wrong. I'm sorry for.
No, we're done. No, you're right. Okay, we're just done.
And I'm sick of apologizing to some Braves fans. You're being a bully. Who the hell do you? What? Who's Yanni Chirino? How many guys you couldn't have picked him out in a police lineup before we got him off of waivers? He's a bum. This is it. Next stop, Japan. This guy's terrible. What more do you need to see about this guy?
No, I'm going to back you up on this, Mike. I'm totally backing you up on this. I mean, I don't understand why. At my point, look, if you're not going to start Winans against the Giants here, if you're not going to start Soroka against the Giants, then bring up Schuster, bring up Smith-Shawver. Don't put that dude back out there.
And they got to be careful because there's only so many times, John, you can send guys back and forth.
I don't care if
but Soroka.
Who cares? Well, Soroka, yeah. But Chirinos, I don't care.
Yeah, but I just don't understand why guys get so. You don't even know this guy. I mean, it's not like one of those, those dudes who came up in the system you guys are so attached to.
Right. And they've had a pretty quick DFA trigger on that team. A really quick. It's time to use that itchy DFA trigger again.
Who was the kid we got from the Rangers? He was here one day. He sat on the bench.
That dude. Yeah.
Taylor?
Alan
Taylor Hurst. I had a guy.
That dude.
The guy gets shelled. I'm telling you, some Braves fans,
did he get it out?
No, they got the patience of Job. John, I literally said, I hope this is the first and last time we ever see this guy. Oh, man, they cut him. Well, you guys just toughen up. Toughen up, Braves fans. Don't be satisfied with bums.
We don't have time.
Got time for this.
We got a parade to,
Right on. Thank you. By the way, now I want the full disclosure on this. I want you to tell the story like you told it to me earlier today.
Oh, stop! I will.
And if your wife gets mad
about what happened on Saturday.
If your wife gets mad at you, do what everyone else does in my world. Blame me. You say, it's Mike's fault.
Honey, it's Mike's fault.
So John got stuck with some detail.
Yeah.
That I would never accept on a vacation.
Yeah.
And you will hear this terrible story coming up
Yeah, my
next.
day went to crap.
It is our Guy Talk segment on Dukes and Bell.
Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, boy. Back to work on a Monday. Hope everyone had an awesome weekend. Kind of set the tone for the weekend with the Falcons backups, kicking butt and taking names. Kind of building off what they did down in South Florida. According to all the media reports we read, Falcons really did get the better of the Dolphins, and then our second and third string did likewise on Friday. I know I was disappointed, John. Didn't get to see Ritter, but we'll see him this week against the Bengals at the Benz coming up on Friday.
Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the show. A lot of people say, well, this is pointless. I don't think it was pointless. I actually think it was perfect because you couldn't play part of the number one unit. You had to play. You were either going to play all the first string offense and or all the first string defense, or both, or you weren't going to play any of them, because putting Ritter out there with anything but all the first string offense would have been pointless. That would have been the pointless part.
Yeah, and I get it. You know, some people see like a Russell Wilson starting, and by the way, Bryce Young found out that NFL life without having Alabama's offensive line in front of him is a little bit different.
Yeah, not playing, whatever they're going to be playing. They're not playing Western Kentucky.
Right. So we're going to talk more about that with Joe Patrick at 5. Also, Falcons made some cuts yesterday and today. We'll get into all that stuff. But since you are a guest host in for Carl today, I want to start with your vacation, which turned into a little more labor intensive than I think you imagined.
All right, so I go to the lake. I call it Canada. It's the very tip of Michigan, all right, every year. And I come back on the way home. We stop at my father-in-law's in Indiana. And I'm a big fan of my wife's family. Glad I'm part of it. Right. We have this perfect Saturday planned. He's got a big pool. He's got a big, beautiful pool house.
Right. So
we're
you're
going to be out
kicking
at the
it
pool
at your
house.
in-laws, just a day of relaxation.
Oh, yeah, we're going to go out to the pool. I got my swim trunks on. We're going to be out there. We're going to be doing, a lot of wine, a lot of beer, some mixed drinks. We got the smoker going. We're going to have, cigars. It's going to be great, right? It's going to be a whole day
Perfect
at the pool.
afternoon.
If the weather's perfect in southern Indiana, it's 87 degrees. I'm all for it.
Right on.
And we get out there, and at about 10:30 in the morning, her brother, my brother-in-law, shows up in his truck.
Now, do you like your brother-in-law?
Oh, yeah, I like him a lot.
You
He's
get
a good
along with
guy.
him?
Yeah,
Okay.
I really
I
like
could,
him.
my brother-in-law not so much.
And so, no, I get along with your family great. And I really like him. But he shows up and he says, hey, Dad's been wanting to fix this fence, and he's got 6 8-foot-long 4x4 pieces of treated lumber, post lumber, and he says, we're going to take these 6 posts out, we're going to yank out the concrete block using the chain on and we're going to set these posts with 120 pounds of Quikrete, and we got to dig the holes.
Are you out of your freaking mind?
And that's what I did for 7 hours.
I got to be honest.
7 hours of post hole digging.
I don't know that much about southern Indiana other than driving through on the way to the 500. There was nowhere you could go like a Home Depot and find like cheap labor to do that job?
No. These guys
For
are not.
cash?
No. That would not this. Not her family. Okay, her family is.
I'd go get some dudes.
They're fix-it bobs. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, they're those
They're
guys.
the dudes.
Okay?
They're those
You know,
guys,
I mean,
okay.
they're guys that actually need their own TV show. Okay, you know what I mean? We'll come in. They are not about to hire anybody to do a job. That would not be worth. So they're going to. So John gets roped into this. And I'm like, okay, all right, okay, I guess. And so instead of kicking back on vacation, taking the pool, having a pina colada, I don't like pina coladas, but you get the point here, okay? And, I've got steaks that we could grill and all that. No, it just turns into like 7 hours of hard labor in the Mexican restaurant, which ain't no good. So,
Wow.
I mean, oh my God.
Oof.
Really?
The Day, by the way, playing back on the Chain Gang, for those not catching the musical reference. Yeah, I got to be honest. I mean, when I go up to Pennsylvania, my father said this, if there's no expectations, you cannot be let down. They consider me the city slicker. So when we go up to Pennsylvania, if there's anything to be done, they're not calling me. I'm not the guy. I'm going to go play golf. Me and my wife go play golf.
That's not me either. I mean,
so yeah,
I'm the guy that hires the guy.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I would have said, and because they are working folks and good Midwestern values, you really couldn't go delegate. I would have found some dudes at Home Depot and paid them, whatever you pay them, and be done with it.
Yeah, you would think, but that's not the way. No. We're going to do it ourselves. We want it done right. We're going to do it ourselves. I mean, they do good work. I mean, these guys, they know what the heck they're doing.
Right.
And I mean, and I pitched in, did my thing. I'm hauling stuff around and cutting and doing all this kind of stuff. But it wasn't the way I envisioned a vacation Saturday. You know what I mean?
I got you.
And then I come home and I'm going to compound things because I find out, that when I came home, because I was gone for almost 2 weeks, is that it has been raining here, apparently like a banshee. Okay,
Yeah.
All right. And so my grass is like 9 feet tall. And I looked at it last night and went, "Oh my God!"
So man, you're doing too much. How old are you now?
63.
That's too much. Too much.
I mean, Oh my God!
Yeah, it's like the Serengeti. You got to get out there with a scythe.
You know, Connie says you know your photo that you posted looks like King of the Hill, and I went, you know what? I should have said that because it does look like King of the Hill.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Indiana, not Texas, but I mean, it does kind of look. I mean, you're standing around with beers and staring at a post hole.
I couldn't. I got to be honest. I mean, if I'm up at my in-laws and like my father-in-law, who I love. Just like I do love my in-laws, but my father goes, we're going to put up some posts. I'm like, well, I'm going to go get some dudes. I'll be back. Give me the pickup truck. I'm going to go pick up some guys.
Yeah, but the problem is I would have to go get the Amish, and the next thing you know, the Amish would come up there. They do a great job because they're great craftsmen, but they charge like $7,000 an hour.
Yeah, the Amish, by the way, when I go up to where my wife lives in Pennsylvania, which is the middle part of Pennsylvania, there are so many peculiar rules and things.
Yeah, there are.
And there's like the steel wheel Mennonites, and they've got buggies with steel wheels. Other ones have got all this, and I don't know what part of the New Testament Jesus was talking about that, but that's what they do. And there's this whole thing, and it's crazy. And they can live in a house, but they can rent the house. So they can have electricity, but if they rent the house, they can have.
You know,
there's all these, Chris. There's a lot of loopholes. I don't know where this stuff comes from,
I will say
but that's the doctrine.
Because they're in Amish country down in southern Indiana.
Right.
So we drive around the other day, and I keep forgetting. You cannot believe how pristine. I mean, pristine.
Right.
The operations are at these farms, these Amish farms, and there's hundreds of them. And there isn't a blade of grass. I mean, it looks like Augusta. I mean, the flowers and the grass, everything's perfect.
I don't know about the Indiana Amish. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush, but in my interaction at the diner with my father-in-law, not a lot of right guard being used on the farm.
Well, I mean,
quite pungent.
I can't say anything considering what I probably smelled like after 7 hours post-holding.
I hear you. By the way, real quick, we're talking about manual labor.
By the way, I get done and I look at my wife. She goes, "Are you done?" I go, "I'm putting the lid on it. I'm done." And I said, and I took my shoes off. She said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm going to jump in the pool." She said, "The hell you are! You're going to go take a shower."
That's the worst. The pre-pool shower.
I know. I went, "Oh, I said I'm not."
I did that. You know what I did the other day? I was a total redneck. I just took the hose. Just in the driveway because I was trimming again real quick again for you young guys, don't get married, don't buy a house. But anyway, so I had to go trim the holly bushes, which are like 30 feet high. So I'm on the ladder and I got the weed, I got the chainsaw, I got everything, I got the whole shebang, got the clippers, and I'm up there at the top of the ladder. When I look at the ladder, it says maximum weight 200 pounds. Okay, so I'm over there by 30,
right? And
I'm 30 feet up, and my landing area is concrete pool deck. Or the other bushes.
Why didn't you go to Home Depot and get a guy?
That's what I should have. And all of a sudden I feel the ladder kind of shaking. Second time this has happened in 3 years living down there in Sharpsburg. Ike, the dog, wants to get in on the action. So now my dog is up with me.
He's climbing the ladder?
He's climbed the ladder, and now he's behind me. I'm like, I can't go down. I can't go in there. I can't grab him to throw him in the bushes. So now I got to climb over the dog to go down the ladder. I'm looking at him like, what are you doing? He's like, he just wants in on the action. So, yeah,
Wait a second. I thought you just told me you're the guy that goes to Home Depot and gets a guy.
Yes, but in this case, I was solo act. Dr. Bell, by the way, no relation, told me not to do anything on the knee this week. So, yes, and to your point, I should have done that.
Right, exactly.
But here's the thing. When I go to the Home Depot in Noonan, there's no guys. When I used to go to the Home Depot.
No, wait, there's a pro desk.
The Home Depot at Sidney Marcus, you can find some dudes.
Oh, yeah, there's dudes standing outside there,
There used to be
the
the gas station by the old Frankie's, which is now, of course, the Taco Mac. There'd be dudes standing around. And you can just go load up like Vamos. They hop in a truck and you go.
Well, but
negotiate your deal.
There is a pro desk.
Labor.
I mean, you do know that. I mean, you could go to the pro desk and say, "Need a dude to get on a ladder and do this." So they go, "Okay, we got a guy."
I'm paying cash. I'm looking for undeclared workers.
Hey, sure, all right.
One day, I'm just telling you how it goes.
I really like, John, how you were trying to compare 7 hours of hole plotting to Mike getting up for 15 minutes trimming some hedges on his yard.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, by the way, there's more than one. Okay,
but I was just saying. I mean, if you're 30 feet up with a dog on the ladder, and you fall, and then it's because you didn't get a guy. I'm just saying.
And that comes right back down. It's no big deal. Hey, by the way, real quick, thanks to We Love Whataburger. They usually bring us goodies from time to time.
I love Whataburger.
Growing up in New York, we didn't have Whataburger. They have a couple in Tallahassee. I'm a big Whataburger guy. It's more of an I-10 phenomenon. Lately, now we have it here in Metro Atlanta. And for those who don't get it, I understand. But to me, it's like a taste of college. And I love it. I love the fixings on the burger. 45 minutes at the new one in Noonan, right off of on 34. And they had the Coweta Sheriff's Department was out there. They had extra security. And Ike's looking, even the dog is looking at me like, what are we doing here, man? The line's not moving. Like 30 cars in front of me. But we got it. We did get it. It was great.
I didn't sit in the Popeyes chicken line. I did not sit in the Whataburger line. I'm not a line guy.
I will say we will do maybe tonight as part of the last call. What is the one fast food item you'd be willing to take more than 20 minutes to sit in the drive-thru for?
My answer is none.
Well, see, it had been a cloudy day. As you can see, I got enough sun. I look like George Hamilton, so I figured me and the dog just going to make a run. And we did. And he loved it. And the lady were pulling out, and the lady goes, "How is it?" And I see the French fries. He likes it, so good time. I love Whataburger. Yeah. One guy, of course.
Did you tell her that he climbed the ladder?
Yeah, no, yeah. Technically, he should not be rewarded with any food. There's your guy talk. Don't forget, wash all your Whataburgers down with an ice cold Hey Man Ale. Why don't you? Joe Patrick's going to join us. I thought the Falcons looked great. And as John said, yeah, we got to see the starters, got to wait another week. But everything we heard about practice translated to the exhibition game, albeit third and second stringers. We'll talk to Smokin' Joe. Falcon Report next on Dukes and Bell with Fricky in for Carl.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell, 5 o'clock. Hope you guys are having fun. We are. Fricky's in for Carl. He's off for a couple of days. So Fricky is here, and he is fired up. He has been carpet bombing, hot takes on college, pro football, everything today.
Well, you know, I just think that the Falcons winning the Super Bowl was proven out on Friday night. I mean, it's totally proven out.
Hey, we look good. The things that we were talking about all week and what we saw the previous couple of weeks in camp, you saw some of that. And the depth, we're going to see more of it. More importantly, for many Falcon fans, the starters coming up on Friday. Let's get to our man, Smokin' Joe Patrick, as he joins us here on the WadeFord.com hotline. One piece of NFL news breaking. Ezekiel Elliott signing with the Patriots, 1 year, $6 million. Get to that. Joe, real quick on the cuts. Surprised Michael Walker got cut. He was a Dimitrov pick.
Yeah, I am surprised. I just kind of thought that he was generally kind of more talented than some of the other reserve linebackers this team had. I thought that he might be able to, be a versatile piece, a guy who could slot in as that kind of Sam linebacker who's walked up on the line of scrimmage, or one of those off-ball linebackers like we've seen Troy Anderson and Caden Ellis play. But, clearly I think the team just saw him as not as big of a difference maker as opposed to what they kind of have in reserve with guys like Tay Davis, who stepped in for him today. Mike Jones Jr. obviously had a big game against the Dolphins, and they do save a little bit of cap room by doing the release. So we'll see if they end up signing anybody down the line here. Could be somebody that happens after cuts, but we'll see. But I am a little bit surprised. I will say though that I think for the Falcons it is, or for Walker at least, I think if you're going to get cut, you'd rather get released now by the team than wait till the end of cuts when it's kind of a free for all around the league, so that he can have time to potentially find a team and bed in before they make their own cuts.
Well, and then they signed Frank Ginda, the USFL's Defensive Player of the Year, to give him a shot at possibly making this team. If you go back to Friday night, this is the reason Joe Patrick with John Fricky and for Carl and Mike today. Joe, I believe we talked about it on Twitter because so many people were all kind of antsy and disappointed and mad. I think it wasn't pointless at all. I thought it was perfect. And the reason I thought it was perfect is the success of this team that I believe is going to happen this year is going to be based in great part on depth. And this team is deep. And what we're seeing is the development of that depth and the determination of what the right pieces are for that depth. Michael Walker wasn't one of them. Now, we saw some of those guys who might be. I mean, we talk about the open position at punt returner. Well, D. Alford may have answered that. We talk about the fourth safety. How about that? Maybe Helms answered that. So I thought that there was a lot of good that came out of playing the game the way that Arthur Smith chose to play the game.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you bring that up, John, because he was actually talking about this today, and he was talking about how it's kind of about time where teams have to start kind of rethinking, and I think fans also kind of have to start rethinking about the way that teams are thinking about how to optimize the reps that happen throughout training camp, especially now that you only have 3 games. And it used to be this very kind of standard regimen where, like, the first preseason game, you get 1 series. The second preseason game, you might also get 1 or 2 series. The third one is the quote-unquote dress rehearsal. And then the fourth one, you don't play anybody. And it's just a little bit different now. And I think that what the Falcons did was they got a lot of reps for guys that they wanted to evaluate that were in that kind of depth portion of the roster like you were talking about. They also got those guys conditioned because they played an entire game. A lot of the guys who started that game were still playing by the end of it. Arnold Katie, Zach Harrison, 2 guys who we've heard a lot about, obviously, draft picks recently, getting a lot of reps in. And I think that that's important for this team. And then, again, just to speak to the depth point that you were making there, John, which is that, I think the fact that this team released Michael Walker is evident of the depth that is on this team. The fact that, Matt Hennessy is now working, he might be on the bubble and kind of on the outside looking in even potentially on this team. You look at guys like a safety, Jalen Hawkins, who was a starter last year. Now, because of the insertion of Jesse Bates into that role, he's kind of bumped to a backup, but he is also a guy that you can play still in like some big nickel situations. He's had a really good training camp, so I think they're going to find it usefulness for him too. But there's just so much more depth, and then the competition that depth creates, I think, is really enhancing just everybody on this roster. And as they said before it started, it is proving to be a really tough team to make.
I know it doesn't always translate, to John's point, to some of the audience out there. They know the wide receivers, they know the quarterbacks, but the worker bees, man, the trenches, it's an area we've been woefully short. And now we finally got, to your point, the coin to go spend it. Joe Patrick's with us, guys, on the WadeFord.com hotline. Ryan Newzeal out of App State. He takes over. He started the game because Dahlman's banged up. Hennessy, he got banged up in practice today. He wasn't planning on starting the starters, but there's another guy who stepped up, and maybe he'll be a swing guy. I know that Jalen Mayfield's getting a look at tackle, which I don't know if Falcon fans want to hear that, but again, he is part of the depth. But I thought the offensive line did a nice job. I thought everything was clean against Miami.
Yeah, I thought it was too, and it was very bread and butter stuff, obviously. But I thought that what you did see, I think it was what you wanted to see. I thought you had some of these reserve backs like Godwin had a really nice game. I think picked up 70 yards on 13 carries. I think you saw the third string quarterback Logan Woodside really operate the team efficiently, and I think that he basically has staked his claim to being on the 53-man roster as the third quarterback, and we could talk more about that later. But there's just lots of pieces that kind of it all kind of flowed. It didn't, the team wasn't kind of breaking down operationally. They didn't have a ton of penalties. I think it was generally what you wanted to see. But I think coming out of that game, I mean, I'm sure you guys have talked about it on the show, but just to see the way the defense was ball hawking and making plays, creating turnovers, playing aggressive, like that's the kind of defense that I think Falcons fans have just been dying to see, not just since last year or the year before, but really for decades, or not decades, but like at least for 10 years, like this defense has just been kind of, trying to hang on and let the offense do the work. And now I think this defense can really be, a part of the team that creates wins for you in certain games. And so it was really great to see them, make all those plays. And then also to the point about D. Alford, I think that him showing his punt return ability was really big, because if you can make him your punt returner, he was already going to be on your roster. That would mean you just basically don't have to devote a roster spot specifically to a guy who's just going to do punt returning, and then you can, get somebody else on the squad. So I think that, there's lots of different ways they could go about constructing this thing when they need to pare it down to the 53.
All right, let's talk a little bit. Joe Patrick, our Falcons reporter, joining us. Joe, about Friday night, about the game at Mercedes-Benz against the Bengals, I would expect that the starters are going to play a good half, wouldn't you? I mean, you got to get some reps here. We talked about it a lot. Desmond Ridder has never played in a game with Bijan or however we're going to pronounce it now.
Bijan.
Or Jonnu Smith, or, and I mean, he hasn't played a regular season game with Kyle Pitts either. But he hasn't played with this configuration. And so, therefore, they're going to have to get 30 to 50 snaps before they face Carolina, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so. It's a weird one, because I don't think there's much of a chance they go beyond one half, but I kind of think that one half is probably the right amount of time to play. I think that's kind of the baseline, at least for me, that I'm looking at. And I'm sure there will be some players who obviously don't need to play the entire half, especially on defense, guys like Grady and stuff like that. But I do think a player like maybe Calais Campbell, who just got involved with 11-on-11s for the first time today, maybe he could see a few snaps in the game as well. But yeah, I mean, I think that especially for players like Bijan Robinson, you are definitely going to want to see them get in and make sure, again, they're operating correctly, that they know what they're doing, that they can just get in a flow and they don't feel like they're having to try to put the pieces together when they get out there on the field against Carolina in week 1 of the season. And guys, by the way, on Bijan Robinson, so he confirmed this today. His name is actually, like, the way his mother refers to him is Bijan, but he said that he's called himself Bijan basically his entire life. So don't feel bad if you've been pronouncing it wrong, or there is no wrong pronunciation apparently.
I like to go with Bijan. It is our man, Joe Patrick, with us here on the WaitFor.com.
No fancy way to pronounce that one.
Joseph Patrick with us here on the WaitFor.com hotline. Yeah, man, the team is fun to watch. We've talked about the depth. The cuts are going down. We're going to talk about Michael Walker, Frank Darby. Everyone loves Frank. Infectious laugh. I can't do the laugh. Carl does the laugh. But that dude gets cut. And as you pointed out, early enough now where perhaps he can catch on with another team. I'm trying to think of a concern, because Zach Harrison looked good. We got 5 sacks on the night. Again, albeit backups, but they still played. Yeah. We got the big turnovers. We got the big play from D. Alford on the kick return. I mean, that's about all you can ask for. All 3 phases, including the practice against Miami.
Yeah, no kidding. I know it is almost like it's what's the meme? It's like it's quiet, it's too quiet, like something's going to go wrong. But it feels like that game just kind of went about as well as you could have expected. Obviously, the offense didn't really put up some gargantuan numbers, but they're calling these vanilla plays, and they're obviously kind of limited in the personnel they're using. So I think with all things considered, it went pretty well. Maybe you could have a little bit of issue with the amount of yards they were giving up, kind of between the 20s, but there's just not a lot of major kind of warning signs that flash out to you after that game. But again, you didn't really see the starters, so we'll see. Maybe we will have some more warning signs kind of flashing after they play the Bengals. But the one for me all season has kind of been the linebacking unit. I mean, Caden Ellis is a guy who obviously had a breakout last year. We think he's going to be good, but experts would say the Falcons maybe overpay for him a little bit, and we'll see. And then Troy Anderson, obviously this guy who's so green, has only been playing linebacker for a couple of years now, and going into his second year in the pros, will he be able to kind of elevate? Because he really needs to be better than he was last year, but I think he will. I mean, he had another pass breakup today that turned into an interception for Jesse Bates. So that's just like the way that this team plays. And again, I think they probably will give up some more explosive plays than they did last year, where they were that was kind of their main focal point, was not allowing that kind of stuff to happen and making teams really work up and down the field against them. But I think they're going to create a lot more of those turnovers. And a guy like Troy Anderson, he just looks so much more instinctive and confident out there. And when I talked to Ryan Nielsen earlier this training camp, that's exactly the word he said about Troy Anderson, was just the confidence that he has compared to what he saw earlier on when they first met, when he was first announced as the defensive coordinator. So it's really great to see him taking that elevated step. And you would think that by the fact that they did go ahead and release Michael Walker, then that kind of shows that they have a certain amount of confidence that those guys are going to be able to get the job done. So I think it's a great sign, and we'll see them get put to the test on Friday.
By the way, on the point of Ellis and whether or not you went a little too far, if it had been picked up by a team that didn't have Ryan Nielsen coming in as his DC and having Terry Fontenot, I mean, I would probably be concerned, but those two certainly are familiar with him. And exactly. I mean, they know what he can do in the defense.
I think for the Falcons and Ryan Nielsen, he was specifically more valuable to them than to any other team in the league. And I think that that's why you saw them kind of, make sure that they were able to bring him in. And I think for Caden Ellis, I think that he relishes the opportunity to come in and kind of be the linebacker for this defense, and I'm sure he's going to wear the green dot and do all the communication because he is familiar with that defense. So again, I just can't wait to see all these guys get together. Like Calais Campbell did his first, few snaps of 11-on-11 today, and you see this front line of Calais Campbell, Bud Dupree, Grady Jarrett, and David Onyemata. It's like, wow, it's finally coming together. We've heard about it for so long, we've talked about it for so long, and it's finally happening. It's really exciting.
At 30 seconds. You expect Matthew Bergeron to eventually win this left guard spot, and does that make center the position that we have to watch in the offensive line and the rotations?
Yeah, since we only have 30 seconds, I would direct anybody to my Twitter account. I just posted the video of Arthur Smith talking about this just recently. But I think Matt Hennessy is looking like he's on the outs, and I think that Matthew Bergeron basically has his job, mainly because Matthew Hennessy just hasn't been around to get the reps. Like, you need to get the reps at some point during training camp if you want to make the team, and it hasn't happened yet. So I think Matthew Bergeron is going to be this team's starting left guard.
As Carl says, man, the best ability is availability, and it's true. And
make the club in the tub, right?
And I guess, we want to see Bergeron out there, too, because, I mean, you moved up to get him. I think most fans expect him to be there. All right, Joe, we'll be checking in with you throughout the week. Friday, right here on 99 The Game. But, hey, I mean, all you can do is see what you saw, and it looked good. Happy.
That's right.
All right, brother, man. Hey, by the way, speaking of enjoying what you see, watch us on YouTube. Apparently, we're putting huge, John, your performance today is putting huge numbers on our YouTube.
I'm a TV guy.
On Twitch, catch the goodness, catch it. We'll come back. A lot of stuff. We had a good weekend in Miami. A lot of teams look like crap in the NFL, including Russell Wilson. We'll explain.
All right. So one's got to go, and when I say got to go, you can never, ever in the rest of your life. Got to go.
All right.
So I'll go Day, Chris, and then you, Carl.
Sounds good.
All right, Day, Taco Bell or Del Taco?
Really?
Yeah, I lived in California. Del Taco was a thing.
It is a thing.
So, Taco Bell.
Taco Bell got to go?
Taco Bell's got to go.
What's got to go? Taco Bell, Del Taco?
Taco Bell will forever be my late night snack. Del Taco, I'll see you later.
All right.
Taco Bell's got to go. Yeah. Del Taco just, it's better. Del Taco's legit.
Del Taco is better. It's better. I got fired from the Taco Bell on Church Street in Decatur when I was 18, and then I swore off Pintos and cheese and all that. Anyway.
Can I get a burrito supreme?
Yeah. So Kroger or Publix? Day. One's got to go.
Sorry. Bye, Kroger.
Team Pub Sub all day.
Kroger or Publix? One's got to go, Carl.
Publix around the state of Georgia carries Heyman Ale in all of their locations.
Okay.
If you don't get it, you can ask for it.
Okay.
And the store manager can order it for you. Obviously, it's Publix all day. Kroger's got to go.
Yeah, and
Kroger, you can carry the beer too,
listen,
though.
Listen, I mean, right? I guess you could. That's true. No, and this is with all due respect to the Heyman. No, Publix got to go. Kroger, I get the $1. I get the the Kroger
the Kroger card.
Oh yeah, so
you save.
Sometimes I get a $1 off a gallon, and then we'll line up the cars at the pump.
Yeah,
me, my wife, and my daughter, and I can get up to 35 gallons. That's $35 off. I need that. We do that like once a month.
No, it's legit.
I
the
stand
Kroger
out there,
card's legit.
And they move the cars, and I stand there with the pump, and next car. Yeah, right. One's got to go.
Publix carries the beer. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, and that makes sense. Walmart, Home Depot. Walmart or Home Depot.
Ooh.
You never go again. Walmart or Home Depot, Dede. One's got to go.
Oh, that's tough, Freaky. Come on.
Got to go.
Sorry, Wally World. Sorry. I'm a grown man with a family. The home improvement is a must.
No. Walmart or Home Depot, Chris?
Yeah, I'm the exact opposite. I live in a studio apartment. I make 0 trips to Home Depot a year. I'm at Walmart many times a year for various things. See you, Home Depot.
Yeah, I'm all about Home Depot. Walmart, see you. Peace.
Yeah.
All about. I'm in Home Depot like 3 days a week.
Yep.
I walk in and like, hey, Mr. Dukes, how you doing? What are you in for today? I don't know. I'm just going to look. Like, I'm in the store just walking up and down the aisles like I'm an idiot.
I mean, I go to Walmart only because it's convenient, but I can get everything at Walmart and other places.
Do you have a super Walmart? Is that the big one?
Yeah, the really big one, And there's a super Kroger in Cartersville I go to, too. And it's like a really big, it's like a Walmart.
Okay.
It's a pretty cool place. Got a food court and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a super Kroger.
We'll have to make a trip to Cartersville.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, I got to have Home Depot because if you scratch Home Depot, then you're just left with Lowe's, which is like Home Depot for women or something. I don't know. It's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
Well, here's the deal. I always find what I want at Home Depot.
Right,
like
exactly.
I never have gone in and been like, yeah, we don't have that, or it's not at we can't get it. I've had that in other hardware stores. I'm not naming names, John.
In honor of Cinco de Mayo. Tacos or burritos? One's got to go. Can never have it again. Tacos or burritos?
I love tacos, especially like street tacos. I lived in California, so Carl, you were in Texas, and John, you were in California.
I lived in Texas. I lived in California.
Yeah, so get rid of the burritos for me. Give me the tacos.
Tacos or burritos? One's got to go.
I just think what you can do with the burrito. You could put so much good stuff in there, man.
Are you trying to convince yourself?
A taco, it's a good little snack.
You can do a lot with a taco.
No, I'm going to take the burrito, man. There's more substance there for me.
Tacos got to go.
Tacos. I'm tacos all day. I'm tacos all day. Burrito, peace. See ya.
Yeah, you and me. I'm the same way. I mean, I could just take whatever's in a burrito, put it in a bowl, and grab taco shells, and I'm good.
Yeah, I'm with the tacos. By the way, Adam hits me up. He says, "Put them up, C. Dukes. That Cartersville Kroger is legit."
Yeah, it's legit. You got a wine bar.
What?
Yeah.
Why are you going home?
You got a cheese bar. You got a wine bar.
Yeah.
They've got a food court.
See, I'll be in there for like 2 hours. They'll be like, "Sir, you've had your fair share."
I'm actually pretty sure our very own Tiffany Blackman was asked out on a date to a Kroger wine bar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and she went.
You mean Danny? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Oh, Carl, I'm going to turn my mic off right now.
Go ahead, John.
Arby's or Chick-fil-A? One's got to go, never go again. Arby's or Chick-fil-A, Day-Day?
Oh, I used to love Arby's. I used to love the cheddar and beef with the sauce. But Chick-fil-A, once it came into my life, bye Arby's.
Wow, that sounds like a woman. He's like, when she came into my life, it changed me.
All right, Chris Thomas, Arby's or Chick-fil-A? One's got to go.
That horsey sauce from Arby's is fire, but I need my breakfast burrito and hash browns from Chick-fil-A. Gotta go Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, listen, Chick-fil-A's a staple. I dig Arby's. Mike and I always talk about the menu and, the extra beef and cheddars, but it's Chick-fil-A all day, man. Chick-fil-A. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But it's so good.
Oh, it's great.
It's
I know.
so good.
I know. I'm an Arby's guy. Always have been. Always will be. Drown it in Arby's sauce and horsey sauce and 3-pepper sauce, and I'm good. I'm an Arby's guy.
Very underrated from Arby's.
I'll get a chicken sandwich somewhere else. The jalapeno poppers are
Very
legit.
good.
Yeah, they
Very
are good. Well, Burger King's jalapeno poppers aren't bad.
See, but here's the deal. There are very few fast food spots, all right, that do multiple things well. Arby's does.
Yes.
Very few.
Yeah, all their sandwiches are great. I know, my problem is going into an Arby's, I go, oh boy, that really looks good, to order all these signature sandwiches. And I go, nah, I want a double roast beef. That's what I get, I mean.
Give me what I know.
Yeah, give me what I know. Anyway, little one and done.
I love it.
Back to more.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
I'll tell you what the big story is. Pigskin, football, NFL, back. Stoked. This feels good. Feels good. Can't wait. I just can't wait to see all the dudes. I meant to tell you this. I was going to save this for later in the week. And I don't know how you feel about the Falcons. I've always put my money where my mouth is. I always put a big bet down in Vegas on them. I just ordered from the DMV, because my birthday's in August. I'm getting a Falcons license plate.
Are you really?
So I got one of those. And yeah, I mean, not that I'm quitting on my Seminoles. I've just thought of something different, change it up, and I'm stoked. I'm in for a penny. I'm in for a pound, as they say. I'm really excited. A lot of guys hitting us up on the text line. You can follow us on Twitch, on YouTube. Follow Fricky as well on Twitter. But yeah, guys, I mean, we said this, John. I get it. Yes, it is the second string or the third string in some cases, although he did mix what we would perceive as second string in with some of the other string. But you'd rather be talking about what we did than some of these other teams. Trey Lance got sacked 4 times for the 49ers. Carolina, Bryce Young got sacked. I wrote it down. 7 hits, 3 sacks in his time out on the field. So I know no one's really popping for Logan Whiteside, but, the team they did their job. And we're not talking about anything really negative other than maybe Younghoe Koo missing some extra points.
I saw a lot of the posts about, Jalen Carter's very first snap in the NFL, where he beat another former Georgia guy, Ben Cleveland, and beat him bad and got the sack. And they're going to rue the day that they didn't take Jalen Carter. Okay, well, maybe we will. Maybe we won't. We don't know. You haven't seen Bijan. You haven't seen him yet. How about we see him first? I mean, this is like a trial where all you've heard is the one side, and the other side hasn't gone yet, and the other side gets up there, and then you go, oh, okay, well, maybe not. Right, exactly.
Right. And I've said this, you work with me, and I've said this to Carl probably 2 or 3 dozen times this summer. Because of the ESPN or the Fox, whatever, we're into this argument culture now where everything becomes, I call it a zero-sum game. It's this team won, that team lost.
Right.
So the Eagles, how about this? Maybe Jalen Carter's a perfect fit going to the perfect team that's built for him with Georgia players around him.
I have no doubt that he's going to be a really good player, but that doesn't mean our guy isn't either.
And because he can have success, why does Bijan have to be a failure, or why is either or? Vice versa.
I mean, look at Freddie Freeman or Matt Olson.
Right. Exactly. So in the case of, look, I said this a million times when it went down. There were some decisions he made that didn't work out. And the Falcons, Arthur Blank sets the tone. Arthur Smith doesn't want it. If you've got issues off the field, they're not messing with it.
Right.
And that's their prerogative. And Bijan is about as straight as arrow as you're going to find. Knock wood, okay? And you've heard him on the station. People have met him at Falcons camp. This guy almost sounds too good to be true. Now we're going to finally see him on the football field. So to your point, I just hate the fact that it's got to be Carter or this or that. But that's why sports is argued these days.
And what kind of season he could put together. I have no doubt that it's going to be. I thought the only thing that might be fascinating is, with all these, they have 5 guys on defense, right, from Georgia that are going to be, potentially starting for them. With that many guys on the same team, they're in a different system. That's either going to work like they're going to have just a lights-out defense, or it's going to be a little bit tricky trying to get them all to, because you don't know the individual dynamics of the 5 individuals. I mean, some of them may not like each other. Just because they played at the same school doesn't necessarily mean they're best buddies.
And you don't have, again, 53 guys, you don't have to all get along as long as, there's some degree of respect and game recognizes game, and these guys know who can do the job. Tape doesn't lie. Guys know what's going on out there. Falcon team, we got depth. We've had money to spend. We're looking good. Other teams around the NFL, hey, look, and again, we're not prisoner of the moment. I get it. It's a tiny sample size, but because preseason now is 3 weeks, is all you get to go by. Not to mention the fact we kicked the Dolphins' butts down there in their building.
And make no mistake, the Philadelphia Eagles are on a different level than the Atlanta Falcons. We all get that. I mean, that's not a shocking news system. I mean, they're a reason that the heavy favorite to win the NFC again this year.
All right, man, let's go around the league and tell you what some of the things that happened. Local favorite from Kennesaw way, Justin Fields. Hey, man, if the home run ball's not down there, just check it down or throw to a screen. It sounds like this. It's really good when he throws the pass. Computer just locked up. It's not Day-Day's fault. He's going to. It's. I pride myself when Carl's on vacay that I can throw to these seamless, sound pieces. So Fields makes the big play.
To Herbert, he got it 45 to midfield. First down and more to the 40. Angles 30, 20, sideline left. Hit, stays on his feet, plunges into the end zone for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 56 yards on a dump off.
You like the Bears make the playoffs this year?
I think they got a shot at it. I mean, DJ Moore got a big pass too. Look, I think Justin Fields is a little bit like Trevor Lawrence, his old, Cartersville, Georgia kind of running mate there, and they're two kind of, similar in a lot of ways to their college careers, to their NFL careers. I really think that the Bears have really upgraded their team. I like Chicago to be an 8 to 9 win team. I think that might be. I think it's going to be a 3-team race in the NFC North: Lions, Vikings, and Bears. And so, as a result, I think one win here or there. This is why I think the last 2 games of the Falcons season, and I mentioned it before, December 31 in Chicago, maybe in the snow. Who knows what the weather's going to be like? And then the following week on the road in the swamp are maybe for the division, maybe for the playoffs. It's going to be a fascinating end of the season. And I think for both of those teams, the Bears and the Falcons, and for both those teams, the Swampers and us, they're going to have a lot of playoff implications. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm with you. And I think that, we talked about Bryce Young, and I think Bryce Young's going to be a really good quarterback, but the offensive line, the pieces around him, and look, it's just one sample size, but man, he's running for his life out there. We're talking about him getting bounced around like a pinball. Russell Wilson got sacked. He also was able to deliver a pass, but I'll tell you what, I saw a lot of contact first of all, I was blown away Russell Wilson was playing in week 1 of the preseason. We can debate a guy like our guy, Ritter's only played 4 games.
But it is a new offense with a new coach.
Well, here's what it sounded like when it was working for Russell Wilson.
Wilson to the shotgun with Pirine to his left. Cardinals rush 7. Wilson throws the ball wide open to Judy. 10, 5, touchdown, Denver.
And that was good. He got in, got out, had a nice drive, did get some pressure in the pocket. And the funnier part was Sean Payton, and he's being, kind of like, Billy Badass. No sunglasses, no bucket hats on the sideline, John. No earrings, and no interviews. So guess who, during the Carolina Jets game, was wearing a bucket hat, sunglasses, some jewelry, and did an interview? And that was Garrett Wilson. And this is all, if you've been following Hard Knocks, second episode will be on tomorrow night. You heard Aaron Rodgers sticking up for Nathaniel Hackett. Look, in Sean Payton's defense, Hackett did look like he was completely overwhelmed coaching Denver last year.
All right, but in Nathaniel Hackett's defense, when he was in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers, that offense hummed.
Right. But he did look a little, I don't know, maybe he's out of his element. Some guys are just fit to be OCs or DCs, but not head coach. But Aaron Rodgers stood up for him. He took a shot back at Sean Payton. Sean Payton tried to walk it back. I just can't. That game, Chris, week 4, Jets-Broncos, that's going to be something. They're going to hype the hell out of that one, man, because of all the things. And this is all on Sean Payton running his mouth. How about Stetson Bennett? Did you think Stetson Bennett was going to be, or again, first preseason start, but what do you think Stetson Bennett's going to be in the NFL?
I think he's going to be the starting quarterback by week 12 or week 13.
So you're saying the Rams going to cut bait, trade Stafford?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Yeah.
What about Aaron
Because
Donald?
if he's healthy, there's going to be at least one contender that probably needs a quarterback, a la San Francisco last year. Right. Just because of injury, they're playing their backup. They're right there on the edge of making it in or making it out. Something happens to a starting quarterback somewhere, and wouldn't it be interesting if it were Detroit? And I'm just saying, Lions are right there. And what happens to Jared Goff? That would be really intriguing, wouldn't it?
So you're saying Stafford's going to be done? Not done.
I think that they owe it to Matt Stafford to trade him.
Okay.
And I think they owe it to themselves to give Stetson Bennett a chance, sort of like Ritter last year, to start to see if he could be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Because one thing we do know about Stetson Bennett is that Stetson Bennett has all those stupid little not stupid, but all those really good little intangibles about being a successful quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, things were so bad for the Rams this year. Their COO put an open letter out there to season ticket holders saying, please be patient. 5 wins last year. Baker Mayfield, by the way, looked good down in Tampa. For what it's worth, he looked good for those few weeks with the Rams.
He looked good at Cleveland at one time, too.
That's true. But Stetson Bennett, again, if John's right and they are that bad and they start moving assets, not maybe the best place for Stetson, but listen to this.
No, it'd be the perfect place to get a chance to start.
And he did some good things this weekend with the Rams. Take a listen.
Low snap by McManus. Bennett guns, end zone, caught. Is he in? Puka Nacua, touchdown.
Depending on how bad they are, if I'm the Rams, I hope that we are bad. Maybe not so bad that we're quarterback drafting bad, like Caleb Williams or Michael Penix or Drake May, but maybe like in the 9 to 10 range bad, and then we like what we see out of Stetson Bennett, and then I'm in the Brock Bowers business.
I'm with you. And I think it's exciting for Stetson Bennett. I think if your skill set, guys are always hung up on, the Mitchell Trubisky's, who did nothing. Did nothing at Carolina, but they love this. He's the archetype as far as the size and the arm strength.
Yeah, that guy.
And I know Deshaun Watson recently has been a damn train wreck, but Deshaun Watson had the pedigree of a Clemson championship.
Right.
And the same thing. Now, look, I'm not. Where do you fall on Ohio State quarterbacks? I don't think C.J. Stroud's going to make it. I know that a lot of folks.
Where do I fall on Ohio State quarterback? I think Justin Fields has a chance to be a star.
But he's technically a dog. So
where do I fall? Where do I fall on Ohio State quarterbacks? I think Joe Burrow is a star.
Yeah, and he was an Ohio State quarterback. Then he became he's LSU's Joe Burrow. So not all Ohio State quarterbacks stink in the NFL, but there has been a bad 25-year run.
Yeah, well, but that was true of Alabama quarterbacks. Right.
True.
And then guess what? It wasn't true no more.
Right.
I think Bryce Young's going to be fine. It's just going to be a learning curve. And so I had a Carolina Panther call my show, and we're going to just rip you up at the opening weekend. I'm like, dude, it's going to take you a year for a new coach and a new coach. No, it's not. We're going to hit the. You guys aren't going to know what hit you. It's going to be like, I'm like, okay, all right. Ain't no talking to you, but all right.
Yeah, by the way, we had a guy up at Hooters back, was it 2 weeks ago? We're doing the show during draft. There's a guy who looks like a young Cam Newton. We're calling Little Cam.
Mm-hmm.
And he was rocking the Bryce Young jersey. All right, that's optimism. Again, Falcon fans, I'm telling you.
Yeah, he wasn't dinged in the head a couple of times, was he?
You said that. I didn't say that. But this town, I think once they see it, and maybe it takes regular season and not preseason, you will see the starters preseason. Arthur Smith talked about it. The younger guys, I'm always asking about, Carl really wanted Arnold Ebiketie. I didn't see it last year. Then we find out he's a little banged up. You see that spin move Ebiketie put it on the side?
Oh, yeah. Mm.
That's maturation, that's development. Look, regardless of the circumstances and the competition, that's a skill set he was showing you. All right, there's one thing we got to worry about, or maybe we don't. Still got Cameron Jordan down there. Still got the Saints.
Saints are, look, I don't like the Saints at all. You know that.
Right.
They're going to be a good football team.
Derek Carr connecting. Take a listen.
2nd and goal. Carr back to throw. Does throw to the end zone, and that is complete. And that is a touchdown, New Orleans. Keith Kirkwood makes the touchdown. Carr had some time. A 4-yard touchdown.
He's got some studs. Olave is going to be a stud. I don't know what Michael Thomas is going to be, but Kamara, after the suspension, which is going to be shorter than we expected, coming back, so they'll still be out there.
Yep. No, look, it's going to be fun. 2-game season, right? All right. I just hope we.
You mentioned that Bears game that last week in New Orleans. There's your division.
Oh, right yeah. Your season's almost the last 2 games of the week the year. Look at the schedule: at Chicago, at New Orleans. Right. The Falcons season may come down to those 2 games.
Hey man, the Braves went up to New York and they humiliated the Mets. Actually, we would have had total domination, except for Chorizo stinking it up yesterday. But we're going to talk to our man Grant McCauley. What's up with Ozzie Albies? This injury is this a concern? The Braves have been kicking butt. Dodgers are getting hot. We'll touch base with Grant next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Yeah, buddy. What a beatdown up in New York, man. That Saturday was something. And unfortunately, the national, well, whoever watches ESPN TV audience got to see. Again, they came back, made it 7-6, but I hate to blow that lead. And we'll talk more about this with our man Grant McCauley as the last place Yankees are in town, although they are 2 games over 500. Grant, first things first, what can you tell us about Ozzie Albies? How concerned should we be or not?
Yeah, I don't know that the concern level is exactly clear as of right now. I mean, last night it was a cramping in the left hamstring that they had him removed from the game as a precaution, but he wasn't feeling that discomfort had gone down or gone away completely today, so he's out of the lineup for the first time this year. He is getting some other tests. We'll see exactly what that means. Right now, Brian Snitker said day to day, but as we know, these things, hamstring injuries can linger. But I do think you can kind of look back to how the Braves handled things with Sean Murphy. They've got someone like Nicky Lopez who could kind of take over the role for a little while if you needed to give Ozzie all these 3, 4, 5 days of rest. And then you could make a decision if he hasn't gotten any better, and you can still backdate the IL stint if it comes to that. But as of right now, there's no indication that he's going to miss significant time. But it's obviously a story when one of the Braves' everyday guys is not in there because they've got a handful of guys that have played every single game.
Grant, you are the expert on the team. You cover the team. You're a reporter. You're a journalist and a broadcaster.
Journalist.
I'm a talk show host, so I will say something that you don't have to say. I'm done with Yanni Chirinos. Do I have to sit through another one of those painful outings?
Well, I don't have any control over whether or not you do, I do, or anybody else does. But I will say, I mean, this is before the start against the Mets. I said I felt like the Yanni Chirinos experiment in the starting rotation had run its course. I would say that I do think there could be some value as a multi-inning reliever. But when he has to go 2 and 3 times through a lineup, I don't feel like he has the weapons necessary to be able to navigate and to accomplish the role, obviously, of a starting pitcher to go 5, 6 more innings and help out the bullpen. So I can't tell you with any degree of certainty that we've seen the last one, but obviously when you're looking at 4 starts and I believe 19 total runs, an ERA well over 9, 26 hits allowed in 18 and a third innings, that doesn't really tell me that that's someone who's going to continue to get start after start after start, particularly when you got Michael Soroka, Alan Winans, who we saw over the weekend, I think made a big case to get another look at some point, maybe in the near future. And then down the line in September, we'll see where Kyle Wright is and when exactly he can be back. But Yanni Chirinos, I do think, could have a role on this staff. I just don't think that role is starting every 5th day.
We're talking with Grant McCauley. So let's stay right there for a second. What do you think about Michael Soroka? Are they going to bring him back up? And I guess Kyle Wright, you mentioned, is pitching now off the mound down in Florida in extended spring training or something down at the facility. Is Soroka somebody that you expect to see back soon?
I don't know about soon, but I hope to see him back at some point because I do feel like, and this was when I initially said, 2 starts ago, the Chirinos outing, I believe it was in, where was that, Pittsburgh.
Right.
You're looking at innings that could be better spent, I think, on a guy like Soroka that while I understand that he's not the same guy he was on opening day of 2020 when he was leading the staff and then got hurt a couple starts later, I just think that there's still upside. I think the stuff is still there. I think mechanically he's had to work through some things, but it's competitive enough, and it was more competitive than what we've seen out of Yanni Chirinos. And to say nothing of, the first 4 innings last night was 1-run ball, but the 5th inning, the wheels fell off. And that's the kind of thing that, he just did not seem to have the pitches as he went through the Mets lineup multiple times to be able to get that particular club to be able to, get through that 5th inning. So that, I think, was the big challenge in that regard. And so they've got to find somebody somewhere that can just give them some consistency every 5th day as they await on Kyle Wright. And whether that's, Michael Soroka, which the opportunity, I think, could be there. Those are innings I think would be more valuable for him. Or if you look at Alan Winans, who we saw over the weekend, went 7 scoreless with 9 strikeouts. This is a pretty good story. And sometimes, the answer is right there in front of you. You just got to try it out.
I'm with you, brother. And look, he's a guy, I explained it, I know you do it too, Grant, but he was picked up off waivers. I mean, he's an innings eater. That's why they went and got this guy. And I don't know a Braves fan out there, to John's point, who wouldn't rather see Soroka try to, for once and for all, figure out if he belongs in the show again.
Yeah, and whether it's for once and for all or whatever it may be, I just feel like the Braves have sunk over 2 years in, believing and investing in having Soroka around. Because, a lot of clubs can look at an injured pitcher, especially in the second or third year of it, and say, well, he has some upside, but we're just not going to, continue to throw money after this. They have done that, and it's not about the money. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. Soroka being on the roster hasn't put the Braves over the luxury tax threshold or anything of that nature. But the 25 years old with what he had shown before and what he could be capable of, I just feel like, to your point, it is worth finding out and helping him to get back to maybe a previous form by giving him valuable innings in the major leagues. And Chirinos, again, there could be a role for him on the staff. I just don't think it's the one he's in right now.
How interesting or wild is it, Grant McCauley, to think and consider, and I'll dumb it down just a hair, that you could have a hitter on your team go 55 home runs, 135 RBIs, and not be the MVP of the league, not be the MVP of your own team?
It's pretty crazy, and I'm going to up the ante a little bit on the projections because 60 and 148 is where we're at after the two-run homer for Matt Olson yesterday. And we're sitting here in the middle of August. I mean, this is not, hey, Matt Olson had a great April, and if he keeps it up, he might hit 60 homers.
Right.
We're talking about a guy who's gotten, over two-thirds of the way through the season and now has a chance to do some really special things. And whether he hits the 60 or at this point, I mean, he's 8 home runs away from Andrew Jones' Braves franchise record. And at the rate that he's hitting, home runs and the driving in runs of late, I went back and looked. Since he's moved out of the number 2 spot, Matt Olson has been on a pace for over 80 home runs and nearly 210 runs batted in. If you were to extrapolate the time that he has spent in the middle of the order,
not the MVP,
over 162.
Not the MVP, right. Not even on your own team.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, if he does that, if he hits 80 and drives in 200, he's going to win the MVP. All due respect to Ronald Acuna Jr. But either way, this is a great problem to have. And every discussion about Matt Olson having the MVP case should be happening because he is putting up a season, I said this yesterday on From the Diamond, that should be, and could be many years, the front runner for winning an MVP in either league. But you've got Ronald doing something that I think is so special across the board in virtually every column that it makes it to where you have to basically make history to get into the room and at the table and have a chance to unseat a guy like that.
Well, Mike, and of course Grant, we're looking at a guy that he keeps setting new bars. I mean, Acuna's next bar is something nobody in the history of baseball has done.
Right.
30-60, nobody's done that ever.
Right. 30-60, 40-40, or 40-60. I mean, that's still very realistic because I've seen Ronald hit 5 or 6 home runs in a week. And if he gets up over 30 home runs with, 35 to 40 games left in the season, and say he starts a run tonight, he could be there. And then you look at 200 hits, 40-plus doubles, maybe 100 runs batted in, 150 runs scored, breaking a franchise record for stolen bases. And by the way, not many guys are stealing 70 in the big leagues anymore, regardless of the new rules. And the guy's cut his strikeouts in half. It's an unbelievable level that he has reached, that even beforehand, knowing that he had a superstar trajectory before the knee injury, I could never have expected that this would be the kind of season he'd be putting together. It's just something we haven't seen before.
He looked good all the way back to playing winter ball, and everything playing for Venezuela. He just looked like he's just been on fire. Our man Grant McCauley on the waitfor.com hotline. So it was an amazing return for Fried in Chicago at Wrigley. And then I just thought it was kind of like 1,000 cuts. I mean, I thought only one ball was really hit hard against the Pirates. What are you looking for tonight against the Yankees from Max Fried?
I think it'll be similar to the way he attacked the Cubs lineup. It's a very good lineup as well. This Yankees team has not been as powerful, but it does have some guys that can hurt you if you make mistakes. They definitely have that. But I did feel like that one inning for Fried against Pittsburgh, that 4th inning, that was the one where some soft contact, a play that wasn't made at shortstop behind him by Orlando Arcia kind of got caught in the glove, and they weren't able to get that out. Who knows? I mean, maybe that's the difference in Max Fried going at least 5, maybe 6 innings, if they're able to quell that rally. So he's going to need the plays made behind him. But I think for Fried, the arsenal's there. He's mixing those pitches up. He looks comfortable. I know he very much wanted to go out and throw a 5th inning, but at 80 pitches in his second start back after a 3-month layoff, the Braves kind of felt that he had done enough on that night. And they are going to continue to try to help him build up at least over another couple of 3 starts so that you make sure that Max Fried is feeling like maximum Fried when you get down the stretch and heading into October when he's going to throw the most important innings of the year.
I was just sitting here thinking when we heard that Michael Harris was going to bat second tonight, I thought, hey, Snip, if Ronald leads off and he's on first base, do a hit and run, do a bunt and run down the third base line because you'll have first and third.
Yeah, you might. I don't know how much bunting is going to be done, but Michael Harris does have the Braves' only sacrifice bunts of the last 2 seasons, so there is that.
No, you might have first to third. I mean, you have a hit, and there ain't nobody at third, Ronald. You could go.
This team is so much fun to watch. I know we talked about some of the doldrums coming out of the All-Star break. So aside from the pitching, just waiting to see what's up with Wright. I'm feeling much better, Grant. Usually I'm busting your chops over the pitching. One question for you, not related to the Bravos sticky situation. He's already been disciplined by his team for being a nitwit earlier. This Wander Franco situation is just creeping.
Oh, wow, it is.
And again, there's a lot of misinformation out there, like everything else on the internet. At the worst case, he may have been involved in an underage woman, minor, back in the Dominican. Major League Baseball stepping in. But this is the guy they need if they're going to continue to battle the Orioles for that division.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, you're talking about a very important player for the Rays and one of the young superstars of the American League. And, you know, again, this just kind of goes back to we don't know everything yet. Major League Baseball has just started to do its due diligence to figure this out. The Rays did place Franco on the restricted list. He will be getting paid over the course of that period, though, because I think they had worked it out mutually to just have him step away while this is getting figured out. That would lead me to believe the team is at least comfortable enough to understand that all the information that's out there could be more favorable to him than what we've seen come out on the internet. Because as we all know, you know, once things get on the internet, they can take on a life of their own. And there is a process that Major League Baseball and the Rays definitely need to go through here to find the facts so that they can figure this whole thing out. And we'll see exactly where that lands for Wander Franco, but a very sticky situation at the very least. And it just kind of goes to show you, you just got to be really careful in any walk of life with who you associate with, because you just never know what kind of folks are out there.
It'll be interesting tonight. I mean, here comes Aaron Judge.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good one. And when you think about what Aaron Judge did a year ago and what Matt Olson is doing this year, who thought we would be seeing a chase for 60 home runs this soon? But that's definitely what Olson's on, and to an extent, and right behind him, Shohei Ohtani is on pace for a high 50s home run season. He also pitches, I understand. So pretty crazy to see a couple of guys pushing 60 right after Aaron Judge did it, and we had not seen it in a long time prior to that.
And I guess they said they're going to let Ohtani just kind of DH for a while, maybe miss a start over some fatigue. He's always like he's got an aching back, despite everything else he's able to do.
Well, he's been carrying that team pretty much on his back all season long, so that might be part of it. But, you know, they are going to try to take care of him most certainly, and I don't know what their playoff chances are going to be after the slide they went on after the trade deadline, but they did try to go for it, and that's kind of what you wanted to see if you're the Angels and have any hope of, you know, convincing this guy to come back, is that you are serious about it, but they do have to take care of him. And, you know, Ohtani only in the lineup as a hitter is still a pretty big difference maker on anybody's club.
All right, G Money, man, good stuff. Watch the Yankees and the Bravos tonight. I'm so glad that it's going to be on Bally Sports. Man, that's tough.
We'll get a little bit of a rest from the national broadcast for a moment.
That's tough. Hey, man, great job, brother, man. We'll catch you later in the week. That's our man, Grant McCauley. Coming up, we got a big 6 o'clock hour. A Cowboy lands on his feet in the AFC. We'll tell you all about that. And Kirby, to his troops, John, you ain't done jack. And
sure. Yeah.
Fricky's not having it.
No, I'm not.
Well, you're not a 19-year-old. We'll come back. It's all on the way. The final hour, Dukes and Bell on 92.9 The Game. Nice. Hour number 5 with John Fricke in for Carl. Just heard from Carl. He's up there taking his daughter up to college, so he's got that going on, like so many folks around the country this weekend. So Stakey lamenting the fact he couldn't get a nosh or a drink while he was trying to move his daughter into UGA this weekend.
Yeah, I didn't have to go far to go down to Kennesaw State and do that, so that was pretty easy.
Nice. Yeah, man. I know that when I was looking at FSU, my father said, you go down here, 3 things are going to happen. You get arrested, you're going to flunk out, you're probably going to knock somebody up. I was right on 2 of the 3.
Okay, yeah, you got 2 of the 3 right, you know.
Yeah. Old man was he was right. That was too much for me. It was too much. Hey man, let's hit the top 3.
It's time for the top 3 at 6.
Top 3 at 6. Now let's see what we have here.
And we got some college football to get to a little bit later this hour, so stay tuned for that. First things first, though, we mentioned just talking to Grant. Bravos really did, John. That was the Saturday was about as humiliating a beatdown for Cohen and his Mets after all those expectations. And then the Mets start chirping. Verlander wasn't a good teammate. He was a diva. All this stuff is starting to come out now as they implode.
Yeah, well, it's a terrible organization. I mean, it has been for a long time.
Right. Well, Mets fans thought with this guy, just because you get money doesn't mean it's going to translate to victory. I mean, for those who don't remember, George Steinbrenner went 1981 to 1996 without anything. You know what I mean? So it takes sometimes having that coin. You still got to spend it wisely. You got to have the right people in place. And so, yeah.
No, again, this is why Alex Anthopoulos is who he is, why Brian Snicker has been unfairly castigated by a number of wannabe Braves fans at times, while there have been a number of Braves fans who have not recognized the quality and the depth of the coaching staff of the Atlanta Braves, of Rick Kranitz, of Kevin Seitzer, Ron Washington, of Young, of Chipper, of all of the coaching staff there. It is a great coaching staff.
Right. So the Mets, I mean, other than the game, as we already discussed with Grant, with Chirino and Carl, we spent time on this earlier. Carl always laughs. I mean, a couple of guys hit us up on Twitter earlier, and they said, is this the best that ESPN can come up with? Eduardo Perez. I mean, just the voice. Even every time we're watching, Chris, I don't know where you fall as our producer. I'm watching this game, and my wife goes, how do they roll that out there? I mean, sure, he's given some decent analysis, although there's not much analysis.
I wish I would have. We got home. I'm watching the game, right, but I'm watching it on my iPad on mute.
Exactly.
Which is what I guess. So I can't respond to what you heard there, right, because the wife is watching. I don't know, 1,000 Pound Sisters or I don't know, something like that. Right. And so she's got that on the TV, and I'm watching the game on the iPad, and so I don't have the sound up, and as a result, because no offense to play-by-play guys, I used to be one. Right. On radio you need them, on TV you don't need them.
You don't. In this case, and Carl Ravitch, I mean, he's been doing this for years. And I'm like, can you guys just talk about the Braves a little bit more? Because, they're the one, the best team in baseball and kicking butt and just smoked the Mets, scored 26 runs. It's like, man, it just gets under.
By the way, we're going to have to put up with Jonathan Vilma again this year for Falcons games.
Let's hope not.
I hope not.
Hey, Chris, write that down. Save that for tomorrow for the announcers that make you want to turn the TV off when you're watching football or baseball or basketball.
It's just the concept of Jonathan Vilma.
Well, look, Vilma, I've met Vilma. We've hung out. He's a good dude. He's a Saints guy.
Yeah, exactly. So he's a swapper.
And there's just no objectivity. And for guys who don't know, the networks don't really pay much attention to this anymore. They don't coach these guys up like they used to. That's why the standards have fallen. You just want an objective broadcast.
Right.
I'm with you. But anyway, Eduardo Perez last night at Citi Field is a recipe for mute. Braves tonight against Yankees. We did hear from Grant. They're still dangerous, but Max Fried, I think, bounces back. It'd be nice. Now, again, don't screw up against some of those big boppers, but let's hope the Braves just continue. And as you said, Michael Harris batting second to see what the top of the lineup looks like tonight.
Would the TV networks put Moose Johnston on Eagles games? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, at least Moose could be a little bit objective.
Yeah, but do you think Eagles fans would let that fly?
Well, who cares about Eagles? Who cares what they think?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know.
Falcons have 9 Fox games.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I'm going to guess at least 3 or 4.
I mean, at least Charles Davis knows the team.
Yeah, right.
Charles is right.
And Charles is a good guy. I like Charles a lot. I mean, not that Vilma's a bad guy. He's probably a really good guy.
Right.
But he's just a swapper.
But he's a Saints guy. At least when you start saying we, that's okay. That's a problem. You're not supposed to be doing that unless it's the home broadcast.
Is that W-E or O-U-I?
That's good pull. Hey, man, the Braves in action tonight against the Yankees, and we'll be talking about it tomorrow with Grant. Hopefully, can continue and get another win streak going after last night.
Wasn't that a nudie magazine at one time? O-U-I?
O-U-I, yes, it was. Michael Nick subscribed to We. Penthouse Forum, too. Always good. Insightful articles, Chris, written in the back.
Sorry.
Wasn't it? All right, we're going down this rabbit hole. Wasn't it in the movie Splash? And John Candy is Tom Hanks' older brother. And he was like so excited because one of his letters to Penthouse got published.
Exactly.
Anyway, for you millennials, you can look it up. I digress. All right, man.
Is that the one where they dance on a piano?
Hey, man, Falcons kicked butt this weekend. From everything we read and heard, you heard the analysts, you heard guys who work in Miami, national people. We got more physical than Miami. And I guess people, the national media too, because all they know is when you look at the rankings and everything else is Falcons are terrible. They don't realize the money we spent, needs were addressed. Matter of fact, if you're a fantasy football owner and you really want to go crazy and stock your lineup and maybe not go for a defense early, the Falcons might be a surprise defense this year.
Right. Well,
as far as generating turnovers and sacks.
I'm thinking their success is going to rise and fall on the defense. And this defense is I am going to be really interested to see, because Arnold Ebiketie and D'Angelo Malone and Adi Ogundeji and players of this nature, Michael Walker not on the team anymore, they will take note of that. And remember, some of these guys are not of this regime necessarily. Correct. You know, and so you're going to take note of this, that your job is on the line. And Helms goes out there, has the game he has, and suddenly you're saying, oh, he's not only not going to get cut, could he make the 53? Could he make the 48?
See, that's the thing. I think people, and we try to impart this earlier in the year. When you have no money, and those years we went 7 and 10, we were just sticking guys out there, 1 year guys, taxi squad guys. Somebody went down. You know, you've got somebody who really is, to be honest, just not that good. And now we've got battles across the board. We've got battles at every position. John just talked about it. We got a running back who looks like, I don't know his backstory, why it took him 4 teams. He looked pretty darn good against Miami, but you can't even crack the starting lineup with all the running back depth we've got. We've got depth at corner. Clark Phillips is back. We did decide, as you mentioned, to move on from Michael Walker. He was a previous regime's draft pick, which always means, you know, you really got to be balling out, even though, and again, with all due respect to Mike, who started 12 games this year, he's not that much of a playmaker. Chris, he signed with the Bears. Bears picked him up. So he lands on his feet. We wish him well. He's a good dude. Also, Frank Darby got cut. Frank's a guy that was a 7th-round pick. I mean, the expectation for a 7th-rounder, you know, it's not always going to be Brock Purdy or whoever the Chiefs draft. Sometimes these guys...
Or Logan or something like that, right? No, but, you know, and again, the deal with Frank is he's injured. So they could put him on injured reserve. If he clears waivers, they could bring him back, put him on the practice squad. So he may not necessarily be done as an Atlanta Falcon. So there's a chance Darby could be back. But his impact on the team is going to be negligible to none this year, even if he's back on the club. But, yeah, again, you're going to define this team with and I'm going to be really curious to see. We have so many questions on Friday night. So many. What does Calais Campbell have in the tank? How does Onyemata take things off of Grady? Is Bud Dupree? Look, of all the guys on defense, we bring in Okudah, you bring in Jesse Bates, you bring in Ellis, all these guys, you know, David Onyemata and Calais Campbell. The one guy I think I'm most intrigued by is Bud Dupree. And the reason is I really wanted the Falcons to draft Bud Dupree out of Kentucky. Really wanted it.
Remember that back in the day.
Yeah, and so he's still young. He's still got young legs, and he is talking up a storm about being fired up. And if he could be the wrecker, if you can get those two guys in the middle, Taquan Graham is going to have a big impact on this team too. If you can get those guys in the middle and, have them, eat up a couple of, 1 or 2, you have to pick your poison. If Grady's on the same size as Bud and you got, 2 guys to block him, you can't slide 3 because that may be, you can't double team either of them. Well, that means one goes or the other goes.
Well, Caden Ellis is also going to be walking up to the line where they wanted Rashaan Evans to do what he couldn't get it done. Caden Ellis comes with more sacks than anybody else on the Falcon team last year. So you got, to your point, you got depth everywhere. You got mismatches, not to mention the mismatches we presume is going to happen on offense. And just real quick, getting back to defense, mentioned all the time with Carl, second-year guys have got to pop. Ebiketie, that was a hell of a spin move. That's something where if Chuck Smith, we can't talk to Chuck now because he's working for the Ravens, but that's the kind of stuff Chuck Smith to go, look at the skills. Ebiketie's popping. If the second-year guys pop, and that's then because we only know we're getting to your point about Bud Dupree, Calais Campbell. These guys are just rentals for 1 year. This next generation of guys got to step it up. And again,
well, but Bud may not be. Well, if he gives you a big year,
all right. I mean, then that's a conversation we can have. I think he's a 1 year guy, but hey, the good news is we've got depth across the board. We got a pass rush. I think and by the way, the Dolphin media. You read the articles about the Dolphins, like wow, the Falcons really pushed us around, offense and defense. I love it. So then the cherry on top was the backups got in, did the job. For you fans out there, sitting with your arms crossed, and I know you exist because that's part of Falcon Nation. And I'll believe it when I see it. Well, you're going to see Bijan, you're going to see Ritter, you're going to see all the starters. How long are they going to play on Friday?
Well, I mean, according to Joe Patrick, probably half.
That's all I want to see. And then I know that we were belly aching about it. It's Arthur's call. And yes, I want to see Ritter because he only played 4 games, John, but Arthur's banking his career as a coach on this guy. Because if this thing blows up in his face and it's hot seat next year for Arthur, so he believes in it. He saw what he needed to see in Miami. So that's why I guess it sounds like we're only going to see Ritter for 1 preseason game.
And that may be true, too. And then you'll see Taylor Heineke the rest of the way.
Right.
And maybe a little bit more of Logan Woodside.
It looked okay.
Yeah, and look, as a third-team quarterback, and he could be – now, remember the rules this year allow you to carry that third quarterback. He's inactive, but he's suited up in uniform on the sideline. He just has to sit on the third level, and he can't enter the game. Right. But he's there just in case, if your first quarterback goes down, he becomes active as the backup quarterback. He, can step into a more active role. And, of course, if your second quarterback goes down, you can put him in. Right. But this is San Francisco 49er rule, so you don't have to play a running back at quarterback.
Hey, man, story number 3 today is we give you the top 3 in the NFL. We just mentioned Michael Walker claimed off waivers by the Bears, who lands on his feet. Ezekiel Elliott, $6 million deal to play for the Patriots. Now, a lot of folks are kind of amazed at how, I don't know, the talent, and maybe this is why the whole running back conversation changed in the last 12 months, but Ezekiel Elliott fell off the table as far as skill set. So I'm not sure what Patriots will get with him. Ramondre Stevenson, the other guy, amongst others, will be toting the rock up there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got to tell you, if you look around that division, not a whole lot.
Well, I mean, Dolphins are, aside from what they did this week, Dolphins will be there. Buffalo, this is their window. Jets look great. Patriots could be the 4th best team in that division with Matt Jones under center, to your point. Yep. And by the way, I'll come back. I want to ask you about, we'll talk some dogs, but I want to ask you about this, the way I'm feeling about Aaron Rodgers. Are you buying this? Is this an act or is this the real Aaron Rodgers? What you're seeing on Hard Knocks?
You want me to answer that now?
No, it's a tease.
All right.
Stick around. See, Carl, see, this is what I do to Carl. Carl goes to tease, and I answer the question. So that's how you tease. We'll come back. It is the big 5 o'clock. Now, check that 5th hour. It's a 5-hour show. It's a big show on Dukes and Bell.
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
The story is football. That's the only story right now, football. Everybody's happy. We got football back in the mix, albeit preseason action. We got, and by the way, I was going to talk about Kirby. We're going to see what Kirby had to say to the troops. John Fricke's having none of it. But just real quick, before the break, we were talking about Hard Knocks. Episode 2 will air tomorrow night on HBO. What is your take on Aaron Rodgers? Is he just misunderstood? Is he just so happy to not be in Green Bay he couldn't stand those general managers? Is he a phony? Is this real? Because I got to be honest, he sure comes up as one of the nicest guys on the planet right now.
Well, if I were a Jets fan like Turtle, I would be very excited about this season because I think the Jets are going to win 11. I think they can win the division. I think they have a chance to make a run into the Super Bowl. All this discussion about Aaron Rodgers as a player being over the hill and gone is just insane to me. I still think this year, on a standalone year, he's one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in the NFL right now. He is Aaron Rodgers, and he hasn't lost. His fastball is still a fastball, okay? Right. And he's got Garrett Wilson and maybe a healthy Breece Hall, and he's got weapons. I think that he's happy. And now I've been to Lambeau, and I didn't spend a whole lot of time, a couple of days there, so I wasn't really perusing all the local talent in northern Wisconsin. One of the things I learned about living in New York that caught me by surprise, and anybody who's spent any time in New York, is that the talent level in New York is pretty strong. And maybe he just likes the idea of being around a strong talent level, if you get my drift.
Well, you're going from the smallest market in the NFL to the biggest market.
Well,
and all that, he's living under a fishbowl. And look, all the stuff that he does with his experimental, whatever, the ayahuasca, whatever that stuff is, hey, it's working for him. My only beef with Aaron Rodgers was the last 2 years he didn't deliver the goods when the games were on the line. Playoff game against 49ers last year, last game of the regular season, right? Because the bar is so high for that dude. You always expect him to come through with the magic,
right? No, I understand. But again, right? He's only got the one Super Bowl, but he does have one, But I think he's just happy. I mean, I think he just sees all the because you talk about fishbowl. I would almost argue that he got out of the fishbowl. That New York is not the fishbowl that Green Bay is.
Even though he is obviously the center of attention and Hard Knocks, and again,
but there are other distractions in New York. No, in Green Bay, there's nothing. It's just you.
It's you. That's it. I mean, we remember Dorsey Levens, Georgia Tech player, told us a story about being at the mall. And some old couple comes up to him. Are you with the Packers? They chat him up, and they walk away. And I can't do the joke now because someone will get in their feelings. But it was slightly racist, and he was like just shaking his head. But yeah, it's just you are in this small. It's like Mayberry RFD with a football stadium.
Yeah, I mean it's a town of 150,000 people, 250,000 people. I mean, size of maybe Macon. I mean, right. It's not very big.
But I just watching this, because my wife and I were watching the other night, and she goes. And because like everything else, and you hear the players on the Jets saying, I don't know, I've heard this about him, the perception of this guy. All I know is what I'm experiencing. This guy's awesome. And watching it, like as I said, and it's a combination of two things. Did he do this stuff with Jordan Love? Well, according to published reports, no. But then again, he's also, if I'm him, why did you draft this guy? I need more wide receivers, more linemen, more skill positions. I don't need this guy. And it was all ultimate irony because Brett Favre said the same thing when Aaron Rodgers got drafted.
Right, exactly. And isn't it interesting that Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers had kind of the same experience with the way that organization's run because it doesn't have a central figure.
Right.
I mean, it is a blessing and a curse at the same time. Because sometimes you get that overbearing central figure like Jerry Jones, who's probably cost his organization half a dozen Super Bowls because he won't get out of the way, versus an organization that has no singular, when you have, Ted Thompson in charge, you're walking around with a guy that's basically just a boss, and you're like, you don't own nothing, dude, and I don't have to do anything I don't want to do for you. So
yeah, and this Brian Gutekunst is the general manager. Yeah. He got sideways with him, 7 ways to Sunday. Either way,
who's going to win that? I mean, so Gutekunst did Gutekunst win that by getting rid of Aaron? Did he win that by getting rid of Aaron Rodgers? That's how you won.
I wonder because in hindsight, you got to win this. Jets got to win the Super Bowl. I don't know if he's playing 2 years. He's making noise about 2 years. It's like you got a 1 year shot to do this. And if the Packers do anything this year, I don't know what the expectation of. We'll be favorites when the Packers come down here with Jordan Love. But it's funny to hear some of the things that came out of Green Bay after he left. As if, finally the other shoe has dropped.
Well, a couple of
Good
things.
Luck with that.
Yeah, a couple of things. If I'm a Packers fan, I want the team to really suck. I want them to win 4 games or 3. I want them to be awful. I'll take an awful year. I mean, we've been really spoiled for 30 years now, maybe even longer if you go back to Don Mikowski. But I would say that I want them to be bad so that I can go out and draft a Caleb Williams, so that I can go out and draft a Michael Penix or Quinn Ewers, whoever's going to be the second quarterback behind Caleb Williams. I want them to have a quarterback if Jordan Love isn't the guy. Now, I don't know. Maybe Jordan Love turns into the guy, and we don't have to worry about that. I have no idea. We'll have to see how that plays out.
Right.
I don't have a whole lot of hope, a lot of faith if I'm a Packers fan, but we'll see.
Well, if Aaron Rodgers plays more than 65 snaps, they get that first pick.
Exactly.
Right.
And then you have Aaron Rodgers, who has said publicly, hey, if special things happen, i.e. I win a Super Bowl, I might shut it down. But I could be back for a second year if we don't. And I don't understand how this is something that I never got. As a organization, if I owned a team and I had a player at the height of his career, the caliber of an Aaron Rodgers, I would be bringing him in, not the coach, not nobody else. I'd bring Aaron in, have dinner with him, and say, "What do you need?"
Right. I think when you go back and you look at where they've been,
and I'd go get him what he needs.
Right in Green Bay, and I said this to Turtle at Green Bay, they never really had. Now AJ Dillon, they've had some running backs, they've had some deep pieces, and Aaron Jones. But, and you trade Devontae Adams. You think about that last year. Mm-hmm. Again, now some would say that's Aaron Rodgers because he gobbled up so much cap space, you couldn't keep his number one target. And by the time Aaron got to being a good citizen, and did he ever do the bonding with Watson and all the young guys who kind of shine at wide receiver? That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Is he just so completely frustrated that he just tuned it out? And if that's the case, well, you're not being it's over now, but you're not a good teammate. You weren't dedicated to getting the Packers the best you could give them. I mean, that's fair too, isn't it?
Well,
if he's not,
it's fair, but
unless you're so, then maybe you should have just demanded the trade last year and be done with it.
I think he did.
Yeah, and they held the high ground on that one.
Right.
I don't know. Real quick, show of hands. Start with Day. What are you buying this, Aaron Rodgers? I mean,
he's happy. I think he's surrounded by talent.
Selling it to me, man. You buying this?
And when I talk about talent, I'm not talking about football talent. You understand that, right?
Yeah, Aaron kind of lost me, man. I just gotta. This is a situation where I'm just gonna sit back and watch.
All right. So you like doubting Thomas? I get you. Yeah. Chris, where you at on this, man? He's your QB.
Yeah, whether he's faking it or whether he actually believes it, he's all in. Regardless of what he actually thinks behind closed doors, the public persona he's going to give all season long is let's do this.
Well, if he does something, if he takes that team and wins the Super Bowl, he joins that very, very, very small group of the Peyton Mannings and Tom Brady's of the world who won with two teams. How many is in that group? Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. Is there somebody else? Earl Morrall or somebody like that? I mean, I don't know. Is there another? Am I missing somebody? Somebody's out there saying, "Yeah, it was Kurt Warner." Maybe Kurt Warner did.
Kurt Warner got to a second. He won the Super Bowl with the greatest show on turf. Got to the one with Arizona where they came up short against the Steelers.
Exactly.
Right. That's interesting. All right, man. The other story today, we talked a lot about this. John was having none of Kirby doing what Kirby does, which is basically using his press conference to basically tell the players that you have been a little entitled. Not really happy with the results. He talked to the media, and they soaked it up like a sponge. First, let's hear Kirby talking about his quarterback play.
I can tell you that I would like to see all three of them play better, but the people around them have to play better. So when you evaluate a quarterback and you say, well, he threw an interception. Well, if it hit a guy in the hands and it bounced through his hands and got intercepted, obviously we judge that.
Yeah, okay.
He wants better quarterback play.
He's got two preseason games before South Carolina, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just saying. I mean, it's not like he's got a week 0 game against Oklahoma. I mean, he's got the University of Tennessee Martin Lawrence and no football state. I mean, he got 2 weeks to work this out. He's gonna be fine.
Right. And then there's Kirby talking to the team at large and a sense of entitlement. And as he said, you can't let that kind of, his old boss, Nick Saban, said rat poison, let this stuff seek in where guys should believe in their own BS and press clippings. Here's Kirby calling the team out. You haven't won, Jack.
We have an extremely long way to go as a football team. I think so many people make an assumption off of last year's team and their accomplishments that this team, number one, I asked them after the scrimmage and after we ran, what have you done to deserve anything you've gotten? And they've done nothing.
All right, let me go back and see our lads. How many transfer starters do they have who weren't on the team last year? 2.
Okay. Yeah, Ra Thomas. 2. Yeah, you got some dudes.
2. Dominic Lovett. He's on the team. Ra Thomas. 1 or 2. But otherwise,
a lot of guys were there.
It's Ratledge, it's Mims, it's Bowers, it's Milton, it's Dumas Johnson and Walker. I mean, the guys. Oh, you mean they have to come up from the second string because you lost so many? You mean you're reloading and not rebuilding? Because these guys are going to be first-round picks, okay?
You got the best offensive line in college.
You got
the best
5 stars sitting in the 3 deep
but
for
John,
crying out loud.
But you know this. You've been around this long enough. It's what all coaches say. Kirby's just saying, look, first week of practice, you guys look like crap. Let's go. And he's been, look, we don't have to buy it. We can laugh at it. We can be ha. As long as those 18, 19, 20, and some 21-year-olds buy it, it's good.
Yeah, well, I know. It's tough for the team. I get that. But at the same time, maybe you just tell it to the team.
John, better never rests.
John,
better never rests. That's the slogan this year.
Yeah, well, because you learned it from Saban. Saban was never
Right.
happy, and I get it. And you're never happy, but.
And by the way, Kirby will not be happy about this. Missouri, this happened earlier today. 5-star defensive lineman named Williams Nwari, who's from Kansas City area, signing with Missouri. Apparently, Georgia was in on the mix on this one. Georgia, Tennessee, Oregon, Oklahoma. I'm not sure because I don't follow recruiting as much as Rusty Manziel does. But apparently, this dude kind of Missouri. We always joke around about how's Eli Drinkwitz making $6 million. He hasn't won jack. Well, for whatever reason, they turned this guy to stick with Mizzou. So that's a big. You got to have 5 stars.
Hang on. You just said for whatever reason. Do you not know the reason? I know exactly.
NIL.
Exactly. They paid him.
Well, Georgia's got that too.
Well, yeah. Well, but Missouri's not paying nobody else. I mean, so they got somebody. Hey, dude, how much is Georgia paying you? Oh, we'll triple that.
Hey,
okay. Done.
One last college note today. I told Florida State fans, and I wasn't trying to be a contrarian because I you know me, I bleed garnet and gold. Florida State had no leverage. Florida State's not going anywhere. They're not. The board of trustees is supposed to meet tomorrow. Not happening. So they're in the ACC for at least another year because they got nowhere to go. Because the Big Ten hasn't signed off on them coming. The SEC has no room for them, and they can get all the loans they want from Chase Manhattan or J.P. Morgan or whatever. You had no leverage. All you could do was...
It's not about getting out of the grant of rights. You can work that out. You've got to get an invite, and they have not been invited.
But FSU, I just thought it was like, we want more money. We want more money. And Clemson, too, because it's documented. They draw the ratings, but you're not going to do it at the expense of the Boston College and Wake Forest. Then what's going to happen to them? It's unsustainable business model as it is, let alone giving more money to the good teams.
Aren't you sick of all this? Can we just...
brother, I want my old college football back. Yeah. I do love what Chip Kelly said. Just screw your... Again, the heck with all of the affiliations with your conferences. Everybody's an independent. Let all the sports that your moms and dads and friends go to watch, they can stay in the conference and just create the Super 50, which I think, as you said, we're going to be there eventually.
Right.
It's coming down the road.
Exactly.
Hey, speaking of coming down the road, our game winner, actually, our last call tonight, pretty simple. I spent 45 minutes in line for a Whataburger order down in Noonan. We've got Whataburger on the south side. I know the same phenomenon happened closer to where you live, on the north side of town. What fast food item would you be willing, if at all, to wait more than 20 minutes for? Obviously, Popeyes, it goes without saying, they're never, ever going to get that drive-thru straightened out. Other where I live in Sharpsburg, which is great. They're very friendly. They move it quickly. It's always ready to go. But anyway, what's the fast food you're willing to wait more than 20 minutes for tonight's game? What's the number? I can't see the phone number. I must turn over my shoulder. 404-726-0929. Learn it. Know it. Live it.
You need to learn it.
You do.
Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
All right, man. Look, I like my Whataburgers. I never had one until I went to Florida State, and I dig it. And now you got them around Metro Atlanta. The I-10 sensation, big in Texas, is finally here. And we got one on the Noonan exit 44, which is just 12 miles from my house. So I got in there. Dog was looking at me like, really, boss? I mean, this is a long wait. Even the pictures are up there.
Whataburger, for a fast food hamburger, it's a really good hamburger. Tasty.
Right. And again, all the fixings and I don't know, all the fresh veggies and the pickles and the mustard. I just love it. So anyway, got some of those. Took a minute. 45 minutes. Calita's Finest was out there because they had to do some traffic control. They even had security out there. Whataburger hired security.
Well, you got that kind of line. Yeah, you got that kind of people.
Can't have somebody cheating up there. I can't lie to you. There was about 20 minutes in. I'm like, well, we can just make a left turn and go down to Culver's, but I'm going to see this through.
Butterburger.
Yes.
Screaming your name.
I'm a man on a mission, so you better just listen. So tonight's last call with a number which I know so well, 404-726-0929.
As you look at it.
That's Carl always has to do it. Who's our first customer tonight, Chris? Brandon, what is a fast food item you'd be actually willing to wait more than 20 minutes for?
It's actually Frank. I don't know what he's doing.
Hey, Frank.
Hey. Fellow Southsider out of Tyrone.
Right on, baby.
It's the Bojangles sausage and cheese biscuits. The buttery, the greasy. It's delicious.
Those, I will say this. There's that Bojangles. There's one. See, I know my fast food. There's one up there by the Atlanta United Training Facility. Mm-hmm. And anytime that we're up there, I always get the Bo Box, the giant, Bo Box. Those biscuits are tasty. But I always feel dirty, like I'm cheating on Popeyes.
Well, or Martin's.
Yeah, that's true. Martin's not bad. We got so again, that caller ID did not work properly, Chris. We believe the next caller is going to be Mike. Mike, you're in the game, man. Hey, man, what you got?
Well, Bob, I'm going to have to go with 2 all-beef patties, Bob. Special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun, Bob.
Oh, Stinger, you are tripping, but would you wait an hour for the ice cream machine? No, he wouldn't. Yeah, man. When you're, by the way, do you have a favorite fast food item? Do you have one in particular?
I like Subway. I do. I'm a Subway guy.
Okay. For me, the number one fast food item in my planet is Arby's beef and cheddar.
Well, Arby's, Subway, and Del Taco. I can go all three.
Steak and Sandra this morning, we're talking about Hardee's. When I worked in Virginia, West Virginia, Hardee's breakfast, probably Hardee's arguably the best breakfast. Hardee's, as far as the portion size, biscuits and gravy, and steak was like, this is all news to me. Yeah, it's amazing. Hardee's, check it out. The only one I know, I got one. Also, I got to be honest, I kind of got the fast food cornucopia where I live. Between my house and Noonan, there's a lot of options. It's good. Hey, man, we got Clarence.
Isn't the Dwarf House down that way, by the way?
That's the only one I know is up this way.
There's one down south side.
Really? I didn't know that. Over by Paces Ferry. Hey, man, it's Clarence. What's up, man? Give me some clearance,
What's up,
Clarence.
Man? What's going on, man? What's up, Mike and John? What's going on, man?
Hey, man.
I'm just past at Noonan too. It wasn't that packed today too. It was just a little packed though, because I had to go this way to work. So, right. But the favorite one, I'm not going to lie. When I go to California, I want an In-N-Out burger. I wait about 25 minutes.
Double animal style.
Oh yes, I got to get it.
Okay.
Last time I was in Los Angeles, it was so good.
Yeah, no, I get you, and I like it. I'm a El Pollo Loco guy myself, but I got to tell you, I like the In-N-Out double animal style, but I like Whataburger more.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. I mean, as much as I love Whataburger, I'd probably go In-N-Out a little bit. I'd probably get the edge to In-N-Out. The one that's over by Mandalay Bay. Did the Raiders Stadium take over where the old In-N-Out burger is in Vegas?
I don't know.
Anyway, it's still there.
No, I haven't been to Vegas. I used to go all the time, practically live there.
Yeah.
But I haven't been there in 17, 18 years.
In-N-Out behind Luxor on the other side of the highway. But now you know. Hey, man, Swede. Hey, man, what's the fast food you'd be willing to wait a long time for? What you got?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
First of all, I just want to say I enjoy it very much when Fricky fills in. He does a great job.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome. Bojangles, as far as their chicken breast, I'd wait half an hour at least for that.
Well,
They're very good.
Bojangles. I go back and forth. Bojangles, Popeyes. I don't know which one's better. They're both really good.
Yeah, the Popeyes spicy. I love the spicy Popeyes. Can't go wrong. Well, is it just a little more meat on the Bojangles, you think?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I almost go with you on that. Yeah, sure.
I remember when Hardee's used to have fried chicken?
But see, I was a Church's guy. I grew up a Church's guy. Right. I was a Church's guy. There was one in Decatur, on Church Street in Decatur, no less, that I used to go to near Toco Hills. And they had the huge, I don't know if the churches still have this, the huge jar of jalapenos, the big jalapenos that were right up front, and you could just take a jalapeno out and put it in your eye. Those things were
nice. Hey, man, we got Billy. Hey, Billy, you're in the game, man. What you got?
I'm telling you, this is for real. The peyote burger at the Tijuana Greyhound track.
Are you serious?
Well, I've been to the Tijuana Greyhound track. I did not know they had a peyote burger. I'm mad because when I lived in San Diego, I went to the dog track in Tijuana, TJ, right? And a peyote. Wait, what is a peyote burger?
The peyote burger is mixed with lots of supplements. Peyote.
How did I miss this?
It's a cactus. It's a cactus, man. Cactus.
No, I know what peyote is. I'm just saying I didn't.
Apparently, that's Aaron Rodgers' go-to when he's in TJ. He has a peyote burger.
How did I miss this?
I can tell you.
I was sitting on Avenida Revolucion eating like Hard Rock Cafe and stuff.
This is like a new subcategory for this segment. We were in the St. Petersburg Greyhound track, my buddy Billy and I. It was during spring training a couple of years ago. And so we had club levels, what passes for the club suite seats. And I'm like, it's lunch. And Billy goes, thinking I'm going to get the shrimp cocktail. I go, really? At the dog track, you're going to get the shrimp cocktail. What could possibly... I know we're near the Gulf of Mexico, but still, I'm not trusting that option, Johnny.
Let me tell you, you talk about like one of the lowest places you can ever be in, the Wheeling, West Virginia dog track. Holy smokes. Let me tell you, you went down 2 steps, physically and socially, let me tell you, in that place. Like that was... You would walk into that place and get gangrene. I mean, it was just that bad.
I got to be honest. The St. Petersburg dog track is, I'm with John. It's the most depressing place. And there was literally the time we hit a trifecta. My buddy Billy and I, and we're waiting to get our tickets cashed. And there's the obligatory guy with the tracheotomy. He's like, yeah, I had that for you before. He's like,
I don't know who I felt worse for, the patrons or the dogs. Like, I mean, you don't even know. Like, I mean, again, the people that were there were just, man. Like, it was rough stuff.
You'd never been to Juarez then, I guess.
No,
okay.
No. I have been to Tijuana, though. I have been.
Tijuana's a step up.
I mean, Juarez, like 25 years ago, could you go to Juarez and not get murdered?
Oh, no. Well, 50 years ago you could. I mean, 50 years ago it was a beautiful town.
25 years ago.
You could cross the International Bridge, it cost you 2 cents.
Right.
You know, and you just crossed, and right to Central Artesanal, went to the bullfights, went to the baseball games there for the Juarez team. I mean, yeah, you could do all that kind of stuff.
That's where Johnny Cash got popped getting his uppers.
Yeah,
right down to Juarez, right?
Yep.
Hey, man, so again, for those who don't know, the movie Sicario, the first one.
Yes. Oh, yeah, great film.
That scene, remember they're rolling in? There it is, the beast.
I only saw pieces of that.
I love that movie, yeah.
When he takes her on the roof, it says, watch the fireworks. Yeah. You see all the tracer bullets?
The second one I'm not as big a fan of. That first one is unbelievable.
I like both of them a lot.
Right. I
like the second one, too. Okay. I mean, the scene at the table, are you kidding me?
Different energy.
I
know.
Man.
But Benicio del Toro is fantastic in that. Hey, man, what's coming up tonight, Johnny? What you got?
We will talk to Chip Towers, talk some Bulldogs, as they obviously are number one in both polls now for only the second time ever that they're number one in the 2 polls. And we'll talk to AEW superstar. I know, Johnny, you'll be listening in. Britt Baker is going to join us here tonight. So they're going to be in town in a couple of weeks, right before they go to Wembley Stadium, where they've got almost 70,000 people that are tickets that are sold.
Wow, really?
Yes.
Wow. What gives with the fact that we are so enamored with like British soccer when they come over here, and they're so enamored with American football and American wrestling? I mean, what gives with all that?
Because they don't see it. Because AEW has never been to England, and this is their first time, and it's an event. They'll have 80,000 people in Wembley Stadium when it's all said and done.
I've been with the American Gladiators documentary. There's one on HBO. Netflix has got their own, and they were saying they went over to England. It was huge.
Yes,
when they went over there.
When the WWE, when they went to Wembley Stadium in '92, they had 80,000 people there. I mean, that's what they get.
Well, that was the Hulk Hogan one, right?
No, that was British Bulldog and Bret Hart in the Intercontinental Championship match in the main event.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're going down this wormhole.
I know it's a wormhole that I don't know anymore.
That world ended for me with Dusty Rhodes and Harley Race.
The only time I ever saw a live wrestling match, believe it or not, was over here at Techwood at what is now again CNN, because CNN moved back over to the Jewish Country Club. You know, the 2 big buildings where the NBA TV is?
Yes.
You know, and the Country Club right there, that's the one with the columns. If you look back down the lane, that was the old Jewish Country Club that Ted bought and turned into CNN.
Okay.
And they got rid of the golf course, obviously. And then they moved out to CNN Center. Well, they moved back. But back in the day when we were in there in the 80s, upstairs on Saturday, they would have wrestling for TBS.
Yeah.
You know, and we would go up. First off, you would hear it. You'd be on the set of CNN doing news, and all you hear was kaboom, kaboom.
When they used to be right over here at Center Stage, they would have the homeless guys and the drunks.
They filled the seat fillers.
Exactly,
right.
to have people in there. So,
hey, by the way,
good stuff.
I looked it up to make sure I had the date right. It was my 12th birthday. My grandma, my nana, took me to the last Tangle in Tampa.
Wow.
Dusty Rhodes and Harley Race. And they went the full 60 minutes with no winner.
I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time believing, given your history, that was actually the last Tangle in Tampa you went to.
That's the last wrestling match I attended in person.
That. Yeah.
Yes. Now there's other ones on Dale Mabry we can talk
A little
about.
bit of Ybor City every now and then, but anyway.
Johnny's coming in. 6 guns ablazing. Let's get ready. First thing, we got to get the heck out of Dodge and clear our throats.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
All right, Johnny, what you got?
I want the Georgia Bulldogs to start acting like the big walking, talking that they are. Right? Enough of this, we haven't won nothing, and stop with that, okay? Let's start pounding your chest and standing up. You won back-to-back. You could do something nobody's done in the modern history of football, win 3 in a row. Claim it, own it. Walk and talk like you are those guys, because you are those guys.
Hey, man, I know that here in America and everywhere else around the world, we kind of rush to judgment. This wait and wait. I mean, everybody's jumping a gun, and Wander Franco's never going to play another inning. And I know he's already been disciplined by the Rays previously because he's kind of a nitwit. He's got to grow up a little bit. But there's a lot more information that's coming out of the Dominican Republic about these allegations. And apparently this young woman he's rumored to have been involved in, apparently also involved with other ball players.
Oh, yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
let's everyone just take a pause. Because right now, I mean, look. All you have in this world.
If he had gone to a different island and gone to Epstein's island, he'd be cool.
That's a good pull. But yeah, this guy's name is Mud right now. Let's wait and see. I mean, we can wait a day to end this guy's career, right? I mean, it's disgusting. The horrible, the details are awful. But just chill for a second, and then we get your pound of flesh. How about that? All right. Hey, man, if you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
I probably can find a post hole you can dig.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The Steakhouse, mornings 9 till 11.
Yeah.